You will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nubs. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still lights of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry armed women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Key, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with Coke. The revolution will not fight germs that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-no-man. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy, and man makes them happy because man makes them sorry. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning into another episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced in conjunction with the Front Line Blacc News. This is Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, Season 10, Episode 41 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase in conjunction with the Front Line Blacc News. And I'm your host, Chain Krummer. We're joined with our other hosts of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Shabaka San Corey, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And on this Season 10, Episode 41 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase in conjunction with the Frontline Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is Katrina. It's been 20 years since Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, Louisiana, and FBA got a real reminder that the United States government doesn't care about FBA Black folks. New Orleans natives remember Hurricane Katrina 20 years later. It was like a horror movie. 20 years after Katrina, New Orleans still faces racism, white supremacy, and climate injustice.
Right.
Katrina declaration. FEMA suspends staff who warned Trump cuts risk another disaster. Will National Guard be deployed to Chicago after Labor Day 2025? Would a National Guard be used on these extremists like the one that shot up the school in Minneapolis just recently? America's first inhabitants they don't teach about in school. And last but certainly not least, Olympia Fields, Flossmoor, Illinois, while Blacc Americans are moving to this A-rated neighborhood. We are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Shabaka's out of Las Vegas. We give the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced has been around for 10 seasons. Frontline Blacc News has been around for 5 seasons. And the Revolutionary Agenda has been around for 4, almost 5 seasons and count. And then we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. I just mentioned Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Frontline Blacc News, and the Revolutionary Agenda. Frontline Blacc News started back in 2020, 2021. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Jay Militant's What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant, Kool Keezy, who does the intro track to Frontline Blacc News, and the Church of Black Power, my brother out of Watts, California, who is in Houston, Texas now. His link is also in the chat, or description rather. Support the GoFundMe Lady Che is set up. And PukeTube, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And we do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you. And all 9 areas of human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, religion, and some say health and nutrition. B1 salute to Breeze Omega. I see you in here. That's by the great Nelly Fuller Jr. RIP to him. He just transitioned this past February. And then when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by the great Nelly Fuller Jr., who passed away this past February. And then ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation by the great Dr. Frances Cress Wilson. RIP to her as well. She transitioned back in 2016. All right, greetings, Shabaka, from the mountain high income and illegal migrant flooded city.
All right, and greetings here from Sin City. Also, too, we want to pay homage to our ancestors, Frederick Douglass, Cicely Tyson, Miles Davis, also to Ozzie Davis, Ruby D, Dr. Martin Luther King, and of course the X-Man. Also and to the Dr.
Michael Jackson. Today would have been Michael Jackson's birthday.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Yeah, Mac 285. I'm here. You know what I'm saying? And welcome, Breeze Omega. Thank you for joining us. Also, too, So we also got unit plantations. Also, too, to the memory of Mr. Emmett Till, and I believe Emmett Till would have been about 81, 82 years old had he would have stayed alive and enjoyed a full life. Also, too, a shout out there to all those who made the ultimate sacrifice, in the BPP, BLA, and what have you. Also, too, the Queen Mother, Sada Shakur, she is 78 years old now, family.
Hands
and
off.
her birthday. Yeah, and her birthday was last month in July, so of course we want to recognize her. Okay, then also too, we also want to recognize the memory of Muhammad Ali. May he rest in power, of the great sacrifices that he's made, into his career as well too. So we definitely, want to keep those ancestors in mind, is because through these public indoctrination centers, they're trying their damnedest to erase them, okay? Just like with this quote-unquote work theory business. Donald Trump, once again, you belong in jail, okay? And Governor DeSantis, you need to be sitting there, as his cellmate, is because both of you individuals are atrocious, you're egotistical, you're bigoted, you don't want to recognize, the contributions of Black people in building this nation, although Trump did say to you Black folks, you did build it. You did build it. So the more reason for the reparations now, okay? So therefore, from what I understand too, is that in regard to the National Guard, okay, is that only the governor could bring in the National Guard. The president cannot do it. I did further research on that. So it would have to be at the request of the governors in regard to the National Guard, okay? Now, there's something about that I'm going to research more, is that the regular army cannot go in unless it has been invaded by a foreign nation.
Yeah, except in the case of DC.
Because that there, now see, the trip is about DC, as that's why it's called the District of Columbia, or the District of Power. And then to quote one of our colleagues, I'm not going to mention his name, the highest crime rate in Washington, D.C. is happening at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I forgot what sits at that address. Please help. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, for I'm stupid. Okay. And then not to mention the business that we're going to do further in-depth study on is about the sister that Trump wants to fire from the Federal Reserve.
Oh, yeah. I forgot all about that. I might touch on that tomorrow, Shabaka, on Front Line Blacc News.
And then also, too, I'm doing a special assignment about the history of the Black gangs in Los Angeles as well, too, so that they will be coming, within the next couple of weeks, because I got a lot of work to do on it. And then when I do that work, there's no disrespect to anybody or to anybody's crew or what have you, or their affiliations. I want to make that perfectly clear.
All right, Shabaka. So we're going to hop right into it with Katrina. So this is just dropped. Hey, the sister's working on a docuseries about the horrors of Katrina 25 years after Hurricane, 20 years after Katrina, 20 years after Katrina. Docuseries reckons with the aftermath of Katrina. For those that don't know, I went down to New Orleans after Katrina, and it was still messed up. I was down there in 2012, and you could still see big old holes in the street. You could still see the water level from where the water level was for Katrina. It was real bad.
Right.
You could feel the aura, the bad aura of all the people that died there and were killed there. And I don't know where the echo,
and neglected.
I don't know where the echo's coming from.
Okay.
Okay, how's that? Is it better now?
Yeah, much better. Okay, but we're still getting a little bit of feedback, Brother Jack.
I don't know. Somebody tell me to turn the speaker up. Let me see something. Okay, how's it sound now?
Look, you sound perfect now. Okay, there it is again.
I don't know what's causing it. I turned the speaker down, so I don't know what it is. All right, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Troubleshoot. The more details you provide, the better I can assist.
Shut up, Google phone. I just started up from nowhere. Okay. All right, so Katrina happened 20 years ago, and we're gonna go over the horror movie that it was. So the first video is about this docuseries the sisters coming up with about the horrors of Katrina. So I'm gonna play that, and then I'm gonna play the 60 Minutes interview with former Mayor Ray Nagin.
Oh yeah, I remember him, the brother, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we spend the rest of the hour looking at the devastation in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Today, 20 years ago, on August 29th, 2005, Katrina roared into southeastern Louisiana, tearing through the Gulf Coast with catastrophic force and gushing winds, driving a massive storm surge toward New Orleans. Thousands of residents were abandoned by state and federal officials, left to fight for survival in the rising floodwaters, many stranded on the rooftops of their sinking homes without water, food, or medical care. Efforts by community members to rescue their neighbors laid bare the resilient spirit of New Orleans amidst what became one of the deadliest hurricanes in United States history. That's at the heart of a riveting 5-part documentary series by National Geographic, released just last month, called Hurricane Katrina: Race Against Time. This is the series trailer.
If you're still hearing us and you haven't left yet, please leave. I hate to say this, but I just don't have enough body bag.
The calmness before a storm is deafening.
As Hurricane Katrina was approaching, we knew this was going to be a catastrophe.
I didn't want to leave because I didn't know what we was going to be coming back to. I just was praying.
There is a house and you walk over.
People won't realize how big Katrina was.
It's too big to turn. It's gonna hit us.
They call the rising sun.
It's not a normal hurricane. Something's wrong.
And my heart just sank. We have
Ryan
a breach in the levee.
We have rain inside the Superdome. I repeat, rain inside the dome.
In 3 minutes, it went from the ground to the roof.
A lot of people suffered, and a lot of people suffered needlessly.
Just let me know y'all living, you heard me?
People coming out of one bad situation, but they didn't know they was coming to another hell.
We expected FEMA to come in, but there was no help.
I told the guys, go find whatever boat you can find. We went and did what we had to do to try to save people's lives.
This community was not wanting to go out and just loot. There was people trying to survive.
You got a governor. What is they doing? Sincerely, bro. That's not something you ever want to do, to tell the troops to shoot civilians. Governor, that's your people.
They just let us down. Tell them we wasn't even human no more.
But people from New Orleans, we knew how to survive.
And it's supposed to be the greatest country on the planet.
In order to prevent something, you got to understand why it happened in the first place.
There is a house and you walk over.
For more, we're joined by Tracy A. Curry, the Academy Award-nominated director of this acclaimed new documentary series by National Geographic, Hurricane Katrina: Race Against Time. All episodes are now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu. Tracy Curry is also the co-director and producer of the Oscar-nominated documentary Attica with legendary filmmaker Stanley Nelson. Tracy, welcome to Democracy Now!
When that went down.
It is truly astounding, this documentary series. I watched it on Hulu just a few days ago. It was a beautiful day in New York. By the end of it, I thought it was raining. I thought the waters were rising. This inexorable move toward disaster. You have captured something like I've seen no one else capture it. And I wanted you to start off by talking about the systemic failure. This isn't just a natural disaster of the rising waters. This is an absolutely catastrophic government failure. If you can talk about, well, everything leading up to it and the level that racism played in the response to those who suffered and died, almost 2,000 people.
Yeah, Amy, first of all, thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here. I think one of the things that we really wanted to show in the film is that it really wasn't the storm itself, that the storm, in fact, was sort of a catalyst that revealed and exacerbated, as you said, all of these sort of pre-existing systemic and structural failures that had actually been failing people long before the storm ever came. And the storm comes along and sort of rips away any sort of sense that there was safety and protection for these people. And so part of what we tried to do with the film is every episode peels back another layer, another layer, another layer of those broken systems that failed people during Katrina. So in the first episode, we understand that this is actually an environmental justice story and the destruction of the natural environment that caused a vulnerability for the people of New Orleans when Katrina came. Then we get into what we know is the failure of the man-made barrier, the levee system that the Army Corps, that the government was responsible for building in a way that made it vulnerable to the floods. Then we sort of pull back the media systems and institutions and how those failed people. And then we kind of pull back the state violence that people were subjected to. And from there, we sort of get into the story about housing policy and again, pre-existing racial disparities in housing policy really informed who was able to come back and recover and restore their lives after the storm. So really, we go into all of these many levels of systemic and institutional failures that, again, pre-existed the storm, but the storm comes along and exposes and exacerbates all those things to create, as we hear Malik Rahim say, a disaster that became a catastrophe.
Well, your film, Tracy, is not only very, very informative, of course, and powerful, it's also absolutely beautifully filmed and compiled. So let's go. We'd like to show another clip from the documentary. Again, the title is Hurricane Katrina, Race Against Time. In this clip, we hear from Ed Bush, who was a Louisiana National Guard major during Katrina, and Shelton Alexander, a spoken word poet from St. Bernard Parish, who filmed his experience sheltering inside the Superdome. His footage was weaved into the documentary.
There is no comms, and since the loudspeaker system didn't work, I walked around the 30,000 people in the Superdome to let them know we're working on it. I think it's going to be buses, and we're going to bring, I don't know how it's all going to work, but buses are coming.
It did uplift our spirits. And so I was watching people settle beefs and shaking hands, you know what I mean? The place started getting real trashy. So a lot of the teenagers, they started coming together and they started cleaning up.
There was a young man pushing around one of those hotel luggage carts with a person laying on it. And he said, "Hey, this lady just passed out. What do you want me to do with her?" And she was okay, but and she was conscious, but she was clearly overheated. And I said, "Can you roll her to the medical center? It's right down there." And so he took it, and he came back about 10 minutes later. He's like, "You want me to keep doing this if I see stuff or I need people?" And I was like, "Please do." He loved that he had a role. The risk of allowing that young man to help push people to the medical arena was this much. The impact of other people seeing how he was helping was colossal.
If I count around for sure,
the National Guard chaplain, who will talk to us and he'll say, what are your concerns right now? What are you thinking? And people just, you know, would say, my loved ones.
I know, the loved ones. Look, one of the things we want to focus in on is, as bad as it is, we can rebuild a house. I have no home to go to either. Everything I have has been destroyed. I'm wearing what I
you're right,
have.
Max 285.
So we're all in the same boat. But you know what? All of my family is okay. And that is important. And that's why we pray. Yeah.
New Orleans is a city that prayed. And I thought he did a great job. And he, as a man of God, stood up there and he spoke to us and he made us feel better.
Even though we are uncomfortable, we give thanks that God sent this angel down to comfort us.
A lot of people started feeling like, you know, now we chosen at this point in time.
Amen. Amen.
We in this thing together. And before we get it even worse, we're gonna get out of here.
That's a clip from the docuseries Hurricane Katrina, Race Against Time. The film also features stories from Katrina survivors like hairdresser Lynette Bouette. This is Bouette in her own words from the documentary.
And so I wanted to come back into the community and do what I had to do. And I was not going to stop until I got back to where I intended to be back in 2005. Every penny I have made since Katrina has gone into me getting back into my salon and my property. It's mine. And like I told the people that rode home, you will have to pry them out of my wrinkled up little brown hands to get it.
So, Tracy Curry, those are a couple of clips from your docuseries. So if you could tell us some of the personal stories, the interviews you do with survivors, Malik Rahim, who Democracy Now! Has also, Amy Goodman has also spoken to at length, and others, the personal stories you got of the hurricane and how people survived.
Well, one of the things that I and the producers that I work with learned early on, we made some early visits to New Orleans before we ever started filming anything, really just to listen and hear what people had to say. And one of those conversations was with General Russell Honore, who you see in the film, who sort of comes in and finally begins to kind of wrangle things so things start moving. And one of the things that he told us, and General Honore knows Katrina better than most, is that his understanding is of what Katrina was, is that it's what you experienced, where you were, where you stood in it at the time. And so that really informed our understanding that there isn't just a Katrina story, there are many Katrina stories, as many Katrina stories as there are Katrina survivors. And so what we really set out to do was to collect as many different parts and pieces of that story as we possibly could to begin to make something that felt like a whole telling of what happened and to center the experience of those stories and the people that lived it. And so we really set out to understand what it was to be in the Superdome, as we heard the clip with Shelton and Ed, what it was to be trapped in your attic. And we spoke to Lucretia Phillips. You played the clip from Ms. Lynette Bouette, who was stranded on the interstate highway. We spoke to someone who was inside of the convention center. We spoke, as you mentioned, to Malik Rahim, who, while he was across the river in a part of the city that did not flood, was experiencing racialized violence as a result of the vulnerabilities and people being exposed, and lived where there was also police violence that was happening to an unarmed man in Algiers. So we really tried to get as many parts of what it was, this sort of basket of experiences that we all kind of understand collectively under Katrina, that, as I said, really is not, it was the name of the storm, but really is not about the storm at all. It was about all of these other ways that the storm revealed and, as I said, exacerbated the vulnerabilities that people were living with at the time. And so we really tried to ground that in the experience of the people who really lived it and restore the narrative and the story to them.
I mean, the story of the government malfeasance. I mean, when you have the former FEMA director, right, who famously said he didn't realize people were in the convention center. I mean, so shocking when thousands of people were there. When you had, and then of course you think about the level of experience these people had in dealing with catastrophes as opposed to political appointees, and the level of racism, those who got saved and those who didn't. If you can talk about, I mean, a changed city, why this isn't just about 20 years ago. The demographics change with so many African Americans left New Orleans. People didn't even know where they were going. As they got on planes, they wouldn't even be told that it became a whiter city. All the teachers fired at the beginning. It was so astounding. And then it becomes a prototype for the charter school system in the United States, an entire charter system replacing the public schools, Tracy.
Yeah, and one of the things, I'm really glad that you mentioned that thing about the public school, because there's so many levels and layers to which Katrina transformed the city irreparably. And one of the things about the firing of the public school teachers is that when you think about who made up a large population of those teachers, it was Black women. And I spoke to someone who we didn't end up putting in the film, but she was one of those teachers. And now 20 years later, when she should be living comfortably in her retirement, she's still having to work because her pension that she would have gotten as a retired teacher was cut in half when the school system was thrown out, as were the teachers. And so there are just all these levels and layers that were not necessarily apparent at the time to the ways that Katrina has just really transformed people's lives. We spoke, as I said, to Malik, who I know you guys know well, at Democracy Now!, started this organization, Common Ground, that was doing environmental remediation work in healthcare. Another person in our series, Alice Craft, while living in a FEMA trailer, started a health clinic for people in the lower 9th Ward. And one of the things they tell us is that there was a huge mental health crisis. This was a profound trauma for everybody that experienced it. And there was never any sort of healing for that. And so they're just, what you're sort of getting at, I think there, Amy, is just all of these sort of levels and layers of lasting harm that were done as a result of this that I don't think were quite apparent. And even 20 years later, I don't think are quite apparent in how this city has been irreparably changed. I talked early on to a lot of the people when we were just sort of listening to what people had to say. And what they told me is that, you know, for those of us who go to New Orleans as visitors, it feels like the New Orleans that we know, or the New Orleans of our imagination. We do the Mardi Gras, the Bourbon Street, the jazz festivals. But for them, which is to say the people who are of this place and lived it, they experienced this bifurcated experience of New Orleans that they describe as before Katrina and after Katrina. And so much of what that after was like is that these very close ties of kinship and community that really defined life in New Orleans for the people who lived there were rent apart by Katrina in a way that was never knit together. I mean, people were kind of called refugees, and there was all this sort of othering language that was used to describe them. But really what they were was internally displaced people. And many of those people never, ever, ever came back. So this was just an absolutely transformative event in the lives of these people and this city, and continues to be to this day.
Well, Tracy A. Curry, I just want to congratulate you on the series. Tracy is the Academy Award nominated director of the acclaimed new documentary series, Hurricane Katrina, Race Against Time, now streaming on Disney and Hulu. And that does it for this show. Special thanks to our local crew here in Telluride, Greg Kearns and Stash Wizlocki and Patrick Dyer and Dallas Sainsbury and Dennis Moynihan, special at the Telluride Film Festival, who helped make this broadcast possible, and to Telluride's community radio station, Koto FM, that has broadcast Democracy Now! For so many years.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on this docu-series?
Okay, well, first place, I want to give a shout out there to Amy Goodwin. She's been doing this. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, all right. The first place, shout out there to Amy Goodwin. She's been doing this work here for at least 50 years that I know of, number one. Also, too, with Attica, I remember that there was 1971, and that catastrophe has to be blamed on Governor Nelson Rockefeller of New York at the time, where he had just sent the law enforcement agencies in there just to kill those men. You see, so I remember that.
I seen the documentary Attica, Shabaka, that the sister did. It was a real good documentary. So I'm definitely looking forward to this Katrina docu-series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then keep in mind, with her being nominated for an Academy Award, okay, that there's definitely a plus on the resume as far as Hollywood is concerned.
Yeah. And Ryan.
Yeah, and of course Ryan Coogler. Well, Ryan Coogler all made his, man. You know what I'm saying? His cup is starting to run it over, you know. And as I stated before, you know, out here in the Wild Wild West, okay, they are doing Black Panther 3. They're just trying to figure out who the monarch of Wakanda is going to be. Is it going to be Siri or is it going to be King T'Challa's son? Okay, who knows? Maybe they just might show a transition of Siri to King T'Challa's son as far as being the monarch. And unfortunately, too bad that Abigail Disney owns the rights to it. That is definitely something that should be Black owned, lock, stock, and barrel.
Right. But getting back to Katrina, Shabaka. So,
okay. Katrina, that there was a disaster, a natural disaster, plus a lack of the state level and the federal level not doing this job is because, as you can see, the majority of the victims were our people. But Louisiana, New Orleans, it has a brutal history anyway.
Yeah, it does. And that was exemplified after the hurricane. So I'm going to play what the weather report was saying before I'm hit. So this cracker that's going to be speaking, he's like a big-time hurricane expert.
All right.
He covered every hurricane since at least Andrew.
Well, that's a lot of hurricanes.
His name is Brian Norcross, and he's going to reflect on the devastating impacts of Katrina and why it stayed to the city of New Orleans weather-wise. So when this happened, I was this had happened the same year I graduated from high school, and I remember watching.
Let me see.
I remember watching.
Let me see.
And it was like a little storm at first. It had just passed Florida, and it was like, okay, this is just gonna be like a little tropical storm. It's not gonna be much of nothing. And then like overnight, this damn storm just turned into a freaking monster.
Right.
Beeline for New Orleans.
Yeah. And then keep in mind the hurricanes originate off the coast of Africa too and travel westbound.
Tropical wave.
Yeah, they travel westbound.
Yeah.
And then
the tropical waves originate off the coast of Africa. They follow the trade winds west.
Of the slave ships. And then thank God it didn't hop Central America, because sometimes what happens is that these hurricanes would hop Central America and then come up through the Pacific and then going up through the Gulf of California. But generally, when they come over here to the west, they kick out just before it gets to Cabo San Lucas. You say, the last one that hit California, it didn't. When I was straight up the coast, man, clear past San Francisco, which was kind of incredible.
Shabaka, if you just have rain in Las Vegas, that was because of a hurricane. A hurricane just almost took that same path, and that's where it came from. Yeah, Hurricane Flossmoor.
Yeah, that's news to me because I noticed that the temperature is kind of cool this morning. Okay.
Yeah, so that just happened like yesterday.
Okay.
So I'm gonna play the weather report from then, and then I'm gonna play the 60 minutes interview with Ray Nagin, the mayor at the time of New Orleans. computer. Sorry.
Category 5 Hurricane Katrina is barreling towards New Orleans. There are mandatory evacuations that have been ordered all up and down the Gulf Coast. Thousands of people, tens of thousands, are evacuating, jamming up the interstates.
We're expecting storm surge of 20 to 30 feet high. And some of those levees, the highest levee, may be 18 to 20 feet. So you have that storm surge, that wall of water on top of the tide moving into the coastline and moving across that levee, and it acts like a slide with all of that water going in. So obviously this is the worst case scenario. This is the worst storm to hit the worst possible location.
Was 20 years ago today. Fox News' coverage, including senior meteorologist Janice Dean, talking about Katrina's soon landfall.
Give me a damn
All week we've been highlighting Katrina, which is still one of the costliest hurricanes in United States history. 20 years ago, Katrina strengthening. You heard from Janice Dean there, heading straight for the north central Gulf Coast.
And by the morning of August 29, 2005, Katrina made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. And with hours of that landfall, the worst case scenario unfolds in New Orleans, a levee break that sends water pouring into the Crescent City, trapping tens of thousands of people on the rooftops of their homes.
Devastating. And we remember it today. Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross joining us in studio this morning. Brian, good to see you. You were tracking Hurricane Katrina 20 years ago today. I'm sure you remember that day by day progress. But as we look back, and I know you've talked about it a bit this week, where were you at the time? And do you remember when Katrina reached that Cat 5?
Yeah, absolutely. I was the CBS News hurricane analyst, so I was looking at it from a national perspective, as well as being chief meteorologist in Miami. And when it hit Category 5, and we had been concerned leading up to that because a storm was going to the Gulf Coast, and we all knew how vulnerable the New Orleans area was, not necessarily the city, because the city was protected with flood walls, but the metropolitan area and southern Mississippi had been hit by Camille and demolished by Camille in 1969. So we knew how vulnerable the area was there. And then to have the storm blow up to a Category 5 on top of the vulnerability that we had already been talking about, it was frightening beyond words. A meteorologist in Slidell, it's the National Weather Service office for New Orleans, wrote this epic warning that the neighborhoods are going to be unlivable for a long period of time and so forth. But his warning was for the wind. It wasn't for the storm surge, right? He made history with this warning that the Tampa folks had actually put together at one time. But he really was worried about a Category 5 coming and demolishing everything, because the New Orleans metropolitan area is not built for wind. It's well inland, right? And if you think about the images you saw, you didn't see shingles ripped off of roofs. You saw people on roofs, right? So it turned out not to be a windstorm in the end, but it turned out to be catastrophic from the water.
Yeah, the 20-foot surge, the levee break. And, and I think it's interesting, too, because at the time, it had strengthened to a Category 5. It weakened. And I do think, and you would probably know better, to see the weakening in strength, perhaps people then thinking, oh, well, maybe it won't be as bad. And I know that thousands did try to leave ahead of Katrina, but I think imagining that was certainly not something people suspected.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a very good question. I don't know, because when it reached Category 5, the city of New Orleans finally issued a mandatory evacuation. And it was the most successful evacuation ever. It was working, and the buses were in a place to get flooded, and there were other issues of people that didn't have their own transportation and so forth. They were stuck, or they just didn't believe what the government was saying, right? They live on the edge anyway, and they stay away from instructions coming from downtown. So, there were multiple things, but that category, the fact that it peaked up at Category 5, anybody that had the means was on the road and getting out of town, and it turned out to be very successful in a statistical sense.
Yeah, and to that point, the Slidell office, as they reflect on 20 years, they had mentioned that this was the largest displacements of a population since the Great Depression. Yes, you had evacuations, but you also had people who were unable to get back to home in New Orleans. I worked along the Gulf Coast in Houston. I met several Katrina survivors. Then they had to weather Hurricane Harvey in 2017. You were there. We were talking in April at the National Hurricane Conference. The multi-billion-dollar flood protection projects that went on and that have gone on since, we don't have much time, but there are walls quite literally there now to protect them against a 20 to 25 foot storm surge, which was not there before Katrina.
Well, they had flood walls, but the problem is we learned in Katrina that they weren't built properly, right? So if the flood walls had held that were built after Hurricane Betsy in 1965, actually, that's what prompted that system. If they had held
before Camille,
it would have been a tremendously different outcome because the water would have come over the walls. But then as soon as the water went down, the storm surge went down, it would have stopped coming over. When the flood walls failed, the water came over and then it kept coming over until it was the level of the Gulf or the lake. And that was the difference. So these new flood walls, they're not coming down. So yes, water can come over them into the bowl, but the pumps can take care of that. And as soon as the water goes down outside the walls, then it stops coming in. So it's a much more robust system.
It is, $14 billion was the number I saw in order to rebuild all of that. But the hopes that it saves money down the road should anything as catastrophic approach the Louisiana. The wetlands have been restored. So there's been a lot of effort to shield Louisiana from
that's still going on. The Chandelier Islands, they're just getting to actually trying to resurrect those. Those are the islands kind of south of Mississippi, east of southeastern Louisiana. And there's a lot of work to do in southern Louisiana to try and put land back where water has taken over.
It's still, and we were talking about it too. It's still evident though. Some folks never returning to New Orleans, and you can still see the impacts from.
I mean, in those neighborhoods, in the 9th Ward, in Gentilly, the northern Lakeview, the places on the north side up by the lake. I mean, many of those neighborhoods still have homes that flooded. People had to move out. Now they have been sitting there for 20 years and nobody's in them, that are just all mold and so forth inside. So they'd have to be torn down. They're sitting there today. It's an amazing thing.
The scarred ground, the scarred infrastructure, and a lot of people that lived through it, the trauma that has resurfaced, and it's,
State, we have one more question for you. It's not about Katrina. We do want to push to that programming note for later this evening, because all week we've been highlighting Hurricane Katrina as we continue to look back on its lasting impacts along the Gulf Coast. Tonight at 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, the fourth and final part of our docuseries, Katrina's Wrath 20 Years Later, will air. Tonight's episode focuses on resilience and how residents, as well as leaders in New Orleans, are prepared for these future storms. And as we talk about Katrina's landfall,
all right, so that was the weather report from back then. I don't know, the computer's acting stupid, Shabaka. But that was the weather report from back then. So for those that don't know, New Orleans is shaped like a bowl. So it's surrounded by water. You got Lake Ponce to the north. You got the Mississippi and the Gulf to the east, the southeast. And when that water came in, like Mac 285 said, there was sounds of explosions, like they were blowing up the levees, just so they could purposely flood the 9th Ward and other areas. Mind you, New Orleans is predominantly Black city. It was predominantly Black city then. It still kind of is today, but not to the extent it was. And this was purposely done. And I know people that were refugees from Katrina that ended up in Denver. One of my friends,
had some that ended up in the Bay Area as well too.
Yeah, one of my friends, Alex, he's from New Orleans. He was just there recently. He just had to move back because he said it was like no opportunity out there. So he moved back here. And then I know this other dude who came out here in 2005. His name is Dave. They call him Super Dave, but I just call him Dave because ain't nothing super about him. but he's from there too. Like I know like several people that were Katrina refugees that ended up in Denver.
Mm-hmm. Now, I just want to give a difference between a quake and a hurricane. The difference is you got advance warning on the hurricane. You have no advance warning on no earthquake.
Well, they had advance warning that there was a storm coming, but they didn't have advance warning that it was going to be as strong as it was. Because like I said, when it first hit Florida, it was like, oh, it's a little tropical storm. Ain't gonna really amount to much. And then it hit that Gulf, that warm Gulf waters, and that might turn into a straight up monster.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching it because I used to study the weather. I still do, but initially I was for meteorology, so I was real heavy into it, and I was like, this is real interesting. Like, because it looked like it was like an Andrew type of situation. Like, Andrew wasn't really much of a storm at first, and then it hit them real warm waters, and it turned into a Category 5 and hit Miami and completely wiped the map. So when
like I said,
when Katrina
I'll take my.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing about the earthquake, Shabaka, the Geological Survey, they starting to predict when the tremors are going to hit, but they don't know when the big one's going to hit. They know when like the little tremors are going to hit because it has something to do with the sun and the sun's activity, like
the gravitational pull
and the solar flares from the sun and the rays from the sun. So it has to do with the sun, with the earthquakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're still getting some feedback.
I don't know why I'm getting feedback, but okay.
No, wait a minute. Mac 285 says that he was robbed by a New Orleans refugee.
Yeah, there's some criminal element there. Yeah, the ones I know, they are real heavy in the criminal activity. So, except Alex ain't really, but the other ones I know, they are definitely in the criminal activity. I'm Mac 285.
Yeah, I crossed the state of Louisiana one time, like I said on previous podcasts, and that's the only time I'm going into the South. So for all of you there that challenged Shabaka to go into the South, I did it. I ain't going back.
I was there, Mac 285. I was there in 2012. I was there for a business convention, and I could still see like I said, I could still see the water line from Katrina. I could still see the abandoned buildings from Katrina. I could still see the power lines down, swayed to the side, all that stuff from Katrina. And that was 7 years after the fact.
Yeah, it takes a long time, man, for them to rebuild after an earthquake.
I got a lot of Katrina refugees in Houston, too.
Mm-hmm. And that sits along the coastline as well, too.
Well, when Katrina hit, a lot of the refugees ended up going to Houston.
Okay.
They had warfare with the natives in Houston. The gangs had war with the gangs from New Orleans. It was real crazy at that time. And then Rita hit the same year. So then the people from Houston was going fleeing to other parts of the country because of Hurricane Rita. So it was real bad. That was a bad hurricane season. 2005 was real bad.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the next one, the mayor at the time, Ray Nagin, was from majority of the natives of heard from there that he wasn't shit, and he didn't really do shit to help the people there.
Right.
So he did this interview with 60 Minutes about 2 months after the fact. So hopefully they don't start the video. Copyright disclaimer under section 107. Yeah, they did stay at the Astrodome. They sure did. Copyright disclaimer under section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1966. Allowances made for fair use purposes, criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research.
And then keep in mind that preacher they got down there, that jackleg Joel Osteen, he refused to open up the church.
Yeah, he refused to open up the church during Rita, Ike, all them hurricanes that hit Houston at the time. He refused to open up the church.
Yeah, and I do not donate a dime to these television preachers.
Twin said he was working at the mall when they had those FEMA checks too. And they got those FEMA checks too, and they came and brought every Gucci and Jordan item. I believe it.
Yeah, I believe it. You know. Yeah, we really got to change our buying habits. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I knew people from the Callio projects and the Magnolia projects, and then I also knew people from the Ninth Ward. The Ninth Ward was completely wiped out. They wiped out the Callio and the Magnolia projects too.
Damn. That's bad.
And like I said, I remember being on Canal Street and there was big ass holes in the street. I remember being on Poydras. They call it Poydras. I used to call it Pedreus, but it's Poydras. Poydras, there were holes in the middle of the street. It was real bad. And that was really bad.
And then a lot of people was telling me I need to go to New Orleans, and I told them, no, thank you.
You do. You do.
No, brother, not at my age, man. 20 years ago, you could have got me. But not at my age now. No.
It's humid. It's nice and warm. You said you like it warm. It's real humid.
I can't take humidity. Give me this desert. It's arid. It's dry. I cannot take humidity. I've been in humidity. There's nothing nice.
Yeah. Like New Orleans was the worst. Humidity. Like it was even worse.
I believe it.
It was worse.
I believe it. And then the Shy in the summer months, man, the humidity is real bad there too. Because a damn thunderstorm will come in off the Great Lakes, man, and then you could literally see all over the streets and what have you when the storm clears, steam rising up everywhere.
Yeah, but it was pretty damn bad. And this was years after the fact, so I could just imagine what it was like when it happened. So
okay, now Twin, now listen to Twin. Twin says, take a stroll in the French Quarter featuring Shabaka. Well, as long as I got my shotgun with me, man, on my sidearm.
Make sure you're on Bourbon Street. I was on Bourbon Street too. It was live. Yeah, they all got gold teeth, and they talk like that, baby. You need something, baby.
Yeah. Oh, here's a movie y'all need to see from the 1970s, the Black exploitation era, brother Che. A film with Glenn Turman called JD's Revenge.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
That shit was crazy as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, you need a nice Creole woman, Shabaka.
I don't know what a Creole is.
A Creole is a Black, Indian, and French, basically what Lady Che is, Shabaka.
Well, I'll stay out here in the wild, wild west, you know.
She cook you up some good old gumbo, Shabaka.
No, I don't deal with gumbo. But to each his reach when they're on their cuisine, you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's a staple down there, Shabaka, along with crawfish.
I've had crawfish, didn't dig it. I'm too spoiled on Fat Burger, man. And then y'all gonna say in Denver, Colorado, I passed a Fat Burger and it said up there, the only thing from Los Angeles that makes sense in Denver is Fat Burger. Man, I could take you to the original Fat Burger.
Yeah, we did just recently open up a Fat Burger on
here. And then in Los Angeles, you got to check out Johnny's Pastrami. He's been there, man, since like about the mid-1950s.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to play the 60-minute interview with Ray Nagin, former mayor of New Orleans.
And he still gets a pension from that. You know that, right?
Yeah.
60 Minutes. I remember watching that. That's why I used to like Mike Wallace. No,
For the city
Morley
of New
Safer.
Orleans, Hurricane Katrina was not so much a sudden calamity as a slow-motion catastrophe. The whole country watched in agony as the floodwaters rose and houses, neighborhoods, and society itself began to disintegrate, along with the city's broken levees. 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pelley's been in New Orleans this weekend looking into how much of what happened was natural disaster and how much was man-made and avoidable.
60 Minutes had everybody.
Thank you. Got to take care of our own. Okay. Thank you. Look. The mayor of New Orleans, Ray Nagin, is on his way to take the measure of the misery in the worst American disaster in 100 years. Most of his city has surrendered to the sea. The streets of the Big Easy are now subject to the tides of the Gulf of Mexico.
Every person is hereby ordered to immediately evacuate.
2 days before the storm, Nagin ordered the biggest evacuation in U.S. history, but he told us he never imagined his city would be abandoned, as he sees it, by the state and federal government. Nagin says communications failed and agencies dithered over jurisdiction while New Orleans drowned.
Too many people died because of lack of action, lack of coordination, and some goofy laws that basically say there's not a clear distinction of when the federal government stops and when the state government starts. And if you have if the federal government takes over, then you're giving up some powers, or if the governor don't ask the president and the president don't ask the governor. And it was just BS.
Bureaucracy.
Bull crap. When people are dying, bureaucracy should be thrown out of the water.
You think people died because the relief was delayed?
There's no doubt about it. I watched a guy jump from the Superdome yesterday. Just couldn't take it anymore. We have 2 police officers that have committed suicide. They couldn't take it anymore. This is hell. And to have this happen in the United States of America, in the state of Louisiana, and to not have immediate response, regardless of the laws, is tragic.
You know what the national response authorities would say? It's a disaster. It's hard to get stuff in there. It's hard to fly the helicopters and the trucks in there.
Man, I don't want to hear any of that. This is a national disaster on U.S. soil. And if we can deploy troops around the world, if we can deploy National Guards in a confined area, this is a small city. It's about 500,000 people. We're not talking about taking over a country. We're talking about 500,000 people. And with all the resources that this state and this country has, it should have gotten done quicker.
We met Nagin at his headquarters, this shattered downtown hotel with no power, no water.
It's crazy, man, I'm telling you.
He's a former cable TV executive with no political experience. He won a surprise victory in 2003. This week, holed up in the darkness, he lashed out on a radio talk show, saying that distant politicians were bragging about their efforts while his city descended into chaos.
And they don't have a clue what's going on down there. They flew down here one time, 2 days after the doggone event was over, with TV cameras, all kind of goddamn, excuse my French, everybody in America. But I am pissed.
On the radio show, you said that the people who failed to bring aid in here in 24, 48 hours
like that
ought to go to hell.
Well, I said they're going to have to account for that. And here's the issue. And here's what the nation needs to get ready for. They're seeing, the starving people and evacuations and the lawlessness, and, that's all entertaining. But let me tell you what's getting ready to happen. We're getting ready to drain this city. And then we're going to go and seek and find missions for dead bodies. And the body count is going to go up, and it's going to go up to a tremendous level. And then everybody's going to start to wonder, did more people die because of the storm or because of the lack of response? And that's going to be the big question.
Even now, some people remain trapped.
There's some people up there by that blue.
On our flight, Nagin noticed a man marooned and delivered the aid himself. When you were looking at your
Man,
city
that
from the
cat needs a
helicopter
hell of a
today,
lot more than 2 bottles of water.
I had the sense that your heart was broken.
You know, my heart is broken, and you know, it's a tough thing. When you see a city that you love so much, and you see it so devastated and so almost dead, and you wonder what the future looks like. I'm basically homeless now.
Nagin says the nation still doesn't know how desperate New Orleans was in the hours of anarchy, the 3 days before the National Guard broke through.
A police chief almost got kidnapped. He was trying to calm the crowd out at the convention center, and they basically got in the middle of a crowd, and the guys tried to basically take him as a hostage. I mean, there's stories that, you know, are unbelievable. Police officers crying, screaming over the radio, "I'm under fire, help, I'm running out of ammunition." My assistant police chief basically said that's the first time in 25 years he ever heard of a police officer in the city of New Orleans saying he's getting ready to run out of ammo in a gunfight. I mean, there's stories, people giving me babies, saying, "Look, take my baby, please. I cannot take care of it." You know, little old lady saying, you know, "Just let me lay down and die." I mean, you want stories? There's stories.
You find a story on every corner when you walk in the dark, oily water downtown. It's strange to feel with your feet things you're used to seeing, things like curbs and flower pots. We were walking on Tulane Street when we came across an armada of airboats.
Where are you going? The hospital?
Down to the courthouse. You go by the hospital if you want to.
How long have those folks been in there?
I don't know.
No.
We know at least since the storm.
How do I get on this thing without tipping it over?
You ain't gonna tip
tip over?
They were Texas game wardens heading to evacuate the biggest public hospital in the state. This is what their drive down Tulane is like. Here, the living have waited days for rescue.
Bodies everywhere.
And the dead, of unknown names and numbers, wait in the debris still. Not a priority, not yet. We got to Charity Hospital as the last were loaded, and like the mayor said, here's the story. Hundreds of patients trapped for days without power. Dr. Peter W. helps run the ER.
In the space of an hour and a half, we moved our entire emergency department up one full flight of stairs. In an hour and a half, we had over 50 critically ill patients moved up stairwells because the elevators are shot, gone. No electricity, no power, nothing to do it by. So we're using flashlights and then jerry-rigged ventilators, everything else to ventilate, breathe for people, and have the critical care capacity.
But even so, Dr. Ben DeBois-Blanc says some patients died who might have been saved.
Tell me about one patient that you lost, that you remember.
The little lady who sat in our ICU for 3 days, had a breathing problem, was on a mechanical ventilator. Her husband sat with her 24 hours a day, and because the electricity was out, while he would sleep, he would fan her. He would just try to keep her cool, and he would drift off to sleep. We got her over to the heliport, to the top of the parking garage, and her vital signs began to deteriorate. And we knew that she was going to die.
She died on the roof waiting for a helicopter.
She died on the rooftop waiting for a helicopter.
Dang.
I haven't spoken to her husband. I don't even know where he is. I don't even know if he knows she's dead.
There is joy in rescue, but remember, most of these people have no place to go. Prisoners of the storm are now refugees. One face tells it all, relief, then regret, and a last look at her job for who knows how long. The final evacuation of the stranded is progress. A huge military rescue thunders through the city under the command of Lieutenant General Russell Honore.
I want that on the ground so the trucks can go get another load.
Yes, sir.
You can make that happen?
I can make it happen, sir.
You the man.
Yes, sir.
He's a man the mayor calls John Wayne.
This is a complex problem. It's called a disaster. Look up the meaning of a disaster.
Sir, you understand the frustration that Americans felt all across the country when they were watching on television, people on their roofs, people at the convention center and at the Superdome for days.
Oh, man.
And people are saying, where's the Army? Where's the National Guard? Why is this taking so long?
It took time to get here. And who on that first day knew the levee was going to break? We are blessed in a way that those people made it to the dome.
The dome was a blessing?
It was a blessing. What would have been the opposite of the storm? They all would have drowned. We would have lost a hell of a lot more people. A hell of a lot more people would have perished.
Right outside this hotel?
Yes.
There are bodies floating in the water?
Yes.
Oh,
and
man.
To people who say, you got to move faster, you got to do more, when are you going to get that cleaned up? You say what?
Well, right now, I could either have these troops go do this or move the living. What would you do?
We stopped on Jeanette Street to find the Army picking up the living one at a time. The neighbors told us the soldiers wanted all the sick and injured brought to this intersection. So there they were, under the hurricane of a Black Hawk. It was incredibly efficient, but the neighbors could be forgiven if they thought this might be the thing that would finally do them in. As people flew off Jeanette Street, across town, sandbags were falling.
Getting ready to drop, and away they go.
And disappearing into one of three breaches that betrayed New Orleans to the sea. We learned something that surprised us here. Despite what you've been hearing, not one of New Orleans' levees failed. All of the massive earthen levees survived. The failure was in flood walls like this one on the 17th Street Canal. The flood walls are miles long, but only 2 feet thick.
You never know which way the track's going to go. And
Al Naomi is the man who manages New Orleans flood control for the Army Corps of Engineers. He was probably the first to understand what was about to happen to New Orleans.
the flood wall is very unforgiving. It's either there or it's not.
The walls were designed in 1965 to withstand a Category 3 storm. Category 4 Katrina pushed her surge over the top.
It just was overtopped and the water started pouring over. The support for the flood wall failed and it just pushed out and toppled over, and that was it.
What could have been done before now to prevent this from happening?
I don't know. I don't think...
You know this better than anyone.
Well, yeah, but you see, there was not sufficient money or time to do anything about this. If somebody had said, okay, here's $1 billion, stop this failure from happening for Category 4, it couldn't have been done in time. I'd have had to start 20 years ago. To where I feel today, I would have been safe from a Category 4 storm like Hurricane Katrina.
Shouldn't this have been done 20 years ago?
Sure, it should have been done 20 years ago. But, you know, what can we do about that? You have to recognize before we had Category 3 protection, we didn't have anything.
On Friday, President Bush came to see for himself and ran into Hurricane Megan. The president offered the mayor the first water he was happy to see in 5 days, a shower aboard Air Force One. When the president came, did you unload any of that radio talk show stuff on him?
No, I didn't, but he was well aware of it. And I pulled him on the side with the governor. I said, look, that was uncharacteristic for me. But consider being in my shoes. What would you have done? And if I said anything disrespectful to the office of the president or the governor, I apologize. But tell me what we're going to do now.
And what did the president say?
The president basically said, Mr. Mayor, I know we could have done a better job, and we're going to fix it.
President acknowledged to you that it wasn't handled in the best way?
Well, he said they could have done better.
You're pretty frank with the president.
Well, the president asked me to be frank. I mean, he said to me, he said, look, I think I've been hearing a lot of stuff that may not be true. I want to hear from you. Tell me the truth, and I will help you.
The truth about New Orleans is, incredibly, that the worst is yet to come. Once the flood walls are plugged, the city's network of pumping stations will start to drain the city. That'll take weeks at least. But before they can even begin to make the city livable, they will have to deal with the dead.
Now think about this. Every house that's flooded right now, we have to go in and see if there's anybody in it. And God forbid, take those who didn't make it. Every building, every room.
What are you going to find, sir?
I think we're going to find a lot of people.
Try to give me some sense of what you think the possibilities are in terms of casualties.
Well, let me put it to you this way. We think we evacuated 80% of the people in the city as it relates to this particular event. Do the math. That's 100,000 left. We've evacuated 35,000 people so far. Let's say there's another 15,000. There's 50,000 people unaccounted for. But which number you want to pick? 5%? 10%? 15%? I don't know, but I think it's going to be significant.
It's been 2 weeks since Hurricane Katrina turned the Gulf Coast into a disaster area and New Orleans into an uninhabitable city forced into a mandatory evacuation. The job of bringing order out of chaos, which fell to the Crescent City's police department, was unprecedented. 80% of those officers lost their own homes. Nearly a third of the cops are still missing. Some may be dead. Most just walked off the job. For the 1,200 cops who stayed on the job, the last 2 weeks were the toughest they've ever faced. We spent this week in New Orleans with the man in charge of the department, and we got a firsthand look at the challenges he and his officers have faced since Hurricane Katrina hit town.
Hey, Johnny, give me some love, man. Give me some of that love.
Eddie Compass, the superintendent of police in the Big Easy, has a reputation as a colorful, plain-talking cop who's at home on the streets.
All right. Big Dip. Daddy home. What's up, baby? What's up? What's up? What's up? Y'all still standing, huh?
Chief Compass says he and his men are still standing after, with the exception of 9/11, the most dramatic 2 weeks any American police department has ever faced. We rode with the chief in the back of a truck from the Texas National Guard as he patrolled streets that are still flooded. Later, he tried to tell us what the last 2 weeks have been like.
Imagine holding a city together with no communications, no resources, no ammunition, doing search and rescue, then switching from search and rescue to tactical because the individuals started shooting at the fire trucks and the search and rescue teams.
Compass says that as devastating as the hurricane was, the following morning, he thought the worst was over.
At 6 o'clock in the morning, I was loading up my truck to bring my son to Texas A&M. I had no idea what was about to take place. You know, everybody thought we had dodged a bullet. Nobody knew.
And then when the levee broke?
That's when the problems began.
Hey, over the next 4 days, law and order disintegrated and parts of New Orleans descended into chaos. New Orleans cops were left to help rescue thousands of people trapped by the rising waters, while small groups of armed thugs roamed the flooded streets, robbing homes and shooting at police, fire trucks, and rescue helicopters. Fires burned throughout the city for days, while bodies floated in the water. At one point during the chaos, someone even tried to kidnap Compass.
And it was an individual in the crowd that recognized me, and he said, if we take that MF for Eddie Campos, I bet you we could get a bus over here. And some other individuals joined in, and they tried to grab me, but my security team, you know, they repelled, they protected me.
Their feeling was, these guys, if they could grab you, then they could get a bus
and get out of there.
Get out of there, so they could trade you for the bus.
For the bus, yeah. But my guys pushed them back, and he got me into a vehicle and got me out of there. Yeah.
Do you ever imagine it would get to that?
No one in the world could ever imagine it could get to that.
Did you, for a period, feel that you lost control of the city?
Homie.
I don't think we ever lost control of the city to the point where the criminal element was going to take it over. There were parts of the city where we were overwhelmed by the masses, but this police department stood strong.
If the New Orleans Police Department stood strong,
hey, how y'all doing?
No one stood stronger than Captain Jeff Wynn, who commands the New Orleans Police Department's Special Operations Unit.
When we first started, we were deep into the rescue mode, and we would have to pull off a rescue mode to go and handle a SWAT situation and immediately go back to rescue mode. And when I say rescue mode, I'm not talking about driving from point A to point B. I'm talking about getting a bunch of TAC guys out of a boat, going over and looking at a target, taking down that target, getting back in that boat, and going another 2 blocks over, cutting a rooftop open and getting the family out. It just never stopped. I mean, now, I'll tell you right now, today is a better day than yesterday.
Before, in the beginning, you were on your own?
We were stuck like Chuck.
How many of your officers have not been accounted for?
There's about 500 that haven't been accounted for, whether they have quit, whether they have perished in the storm, whether they're with loved ones, you know, but we have 1,200 that we can account for.
Well, can somebody come to you and say, Chief, look, I had to take care of my family, or this is why I wasn't here? And could that person still be a part of the New Orleans Police Department?
I can understand taking care of your family and coming right back. I can understand that. But I cannot understand staying with your family while we were going through these conditions and not backing us up.
You've called some of them cowards.
I've called individuals who have shirked their responsibility and duty cowards. I wish I possessed a vocabulary large enough to find a word that depicts something worse than a coward. Because when you look at the sacrifice that the men and women this police department made that stayed, and for these individuals, not only did they not stay, they talked to the media and criticized the brave men and women that were standing tall and standing strong. Not only are they cowards, they're less than a coward.
Yeah, well, they volunteered for
partially
that
make up for
job,
the
man.
manpower shortage, Chief Compass is swearing in police academy cadets after only 10 weeks of training, swearing them in wherever he finds them.
Raise your right hand, repeat after me.
Although the rookies are welcome, veterans like Bruce Adams say that the New Orleans Police Department needs more than new recruits.
What do your people need?
Mostly something to identify themselves as police officers.
Right.
We didn't expect this thing to last this long, so a lot of us had that one police shirt, and it's
You've been wearing
quite
the same
soft.
shirt for 10 days.
Yeah, it's been 10 days.
Yeah, you must be one stinky motherfucker.
You wouldn't have stand
day of the week it is.
We're to wash it.
It's been 10
They
days.
got some kind of grease with a funky ass.
During those 10 days, most of the 480,000 people of New Orleans.
Everybody was funkified, Shabaka. It's like when you have an earthquake, you can't use the water for days.
No,
it's not weeks.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
Has been replaced by 14,000 people from police departments, state and federal agencies, and the U.S. military in what looks like an occupation. The city has been divided into grids so they can conduct a systematic search.
We're going back into these areas.
An officer from the New Orleans Police Department explained it to us.
So all of this here was underwater.
Still underwater.
Still underwater.
And all of this here was.
Everything that's in red.
Everything in red.
Everything red.
We went on
Max
a rescue
285.
mission with 2 trucks filled with National Guardsmen and New Orleans vice cops who usually go after pimps and prostitutes. Today they were going after people who needed to be evacuated. We drove through ruined neighborhoods, past submerged cars, and down power lines.
Man.
Everything was silent except for the
that's a big
noise from our
situation.
engines
Down power lines and
and the
water.
occasional sound of a helicopter hovering overhead. Our destination was Mid-City, a leafy neighborhood of quaint single-family houses that today is flooded by a thick, toxic soup. Rescuers had been given directions to people who wanted to be picked up. The rescuers went to pick up stranded people, but were not sure they would be willing to leave.
Don't force it. Okay, yeah, just ask her. She says, no, I'm staying, it's fine.
At 842 Alga Street, they found a family that was persuaded to leave.
There you go. Open the door.
One of them had a cut
Now,
that
the
had to
black
be treated
community should have
immediately
been doing
to prevent
is
infection.
asking them crackers for the reparations
A few
money.
blocks away, we found another family.
Perfect opportunity, I hate to say.
A retired cop, his wife, and two other people
What's up,
who
crew?
had taken refuge in their home.
What's up in the shack?
I'm 70 years old. I never did this in my life.
They told us a woman across the street also wanted to be evacuated.
1, 2, 3.
Man, every black person down there should
It
have
was
been
the
asking
first
them
time
pecker
any of
woods
them
for the
had been out of their
reparations
homes
right there.
since the hurricane, and the first time they had seen the destruction
hate
it had
to say.
caused to their city. The sight was sobering. City officials have been criticized for not doing enough early
Those are
on to
ancestors
evacuate
on the
New Orleans.
plantations too,
Hundreds
man.
of school buses
Yeah,
sit
we was
swamped
trying to
where
make
they've
it out
been
alive.
since before the storm hit. Could they have been put to better use?
You know, we did everything humanly possible we could to evacuate as many people as possible, but many people just waited too late. They did not heed the mayor's warning.
And did he say, if you can't get out, here are buses that will take you out and this is where you should go?
He gave the location where different buses were going to be, where, evacuating people. But you have to understand, this is a big city and there's only so many buses. Every resource that we had was utilized as optimum efficiency to get people out of here.
Now that most people are out of the city, the police are starting to deal with their own problems and with their own losses.
Well, I think that's one reason I try to be so upbeat. That's why I think it's so important for them to see me, for me to interact with them on a daily basis, to keep their spirits up, to keep their spirits high. I love the men and women in this police department. I can't even emphasize that enough. They are my family. We are family. This is not a police department. This is a family.
And most of that
Sound like a
family
gang
is
to me.
homeless. 80% of the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department lost everything. Lieutenant David Benelli is one of the lucky ones. He is the head of the city's sex crime divisions. And when he came home after the
You heard
storm,
about
he
that
was surprised at what he
9/2/85?
saw.
Boy, I know the
I turned
alligators
the
was
corner,
eating good.
and when I saw, these skinny pine trees still up, and I saw that the roof was still on. I went in my backyard, and I saw tiki torches still sticking in the backyard. And I go in my house, and there wasn't any water damage. I felt blessed.
So blessed that Benelli and his wife Becky, a sergeant in the crime lab, open up their house to homeless cops. They call it Camp Benelli.
How many people staying here at your house? It started off at 24.
Come on,
we
man.
withstand the hurricane, we withstand the flood, and I'm sure that 24 people can withstand living under the same roof. We cook. Everybody's got their little jobs. Go to work, come home. The only thing we can't do is look at a football game because there's no TV on.
Under 7 feet of water.
Despite the camaraderie, each one is still hurting. Captain Tammy Brissett lost her house. Officer Shauna Pichon had just located her mother, but was still searching for her son, her father, and her brother. Darrell Gordon's wife and 3 kids were in Baton Rouge en route to Houston.
I had them in a hotel.
5 brothers in blue.
It was costing me $70 a day. And now they're about to move to Houston so my kids can go to school and my wife can
down
get
there
an
in Great
apartment and
Down
stay
there
here.
with Governor Bud, Governor Rolay.
You think you might move to Houston?
No, I'd never do that. This is my city. This is my job. I'm gonna do my job.
What do you think about those
who
didn't stay as you did?
Police.
The brother and sister officers who left.
They were not the police. They weren't part of the family.
They abandoned not only us, their brothers and sisters, they abandoned the citizens of New Orleans.
And one thing about this job, it's not a job from up here. It's a job from here.
Right here.
If you don't have this, you can't do the job.
That job, according to the motto of the New Orleans police, is to protect and serve.
Gotta
The cops
save
we met
Missy
this week
Ann,
believe
man.
they lived up to it.
They didn't
Gotta
lose
save Miss
their
Daisy.
loyalty. They didn't lose their bravery. They didn't lose their spirit, because the true men and women of the New Orleans Police Department kept this city viable, kept the city alive for 6 days that was under siege by hurricane
Donut
and
boys,
flood.
twin.
Every police officer has a story.
Donut
Every
boy.
police officer that stayed and worked and protected life is a hero. It's because of the human spirit, and it's because of the likes of these officers that are sitting around here today.
When Hurricane Katrina blew through New Orleans almost 4 months ago, thousands of people left in the city were trapped with no food, no water, no shelter, and were desperate to escape the devastation. The bridge that spans the Mississippi River from New Orleans to Gretna was one of the few ways out until police from Gretna used force to stop pedestrians from crossing it. Since most of the police officers were white and most of the evacuees were black, the incident quickly took on racial overtones. We wondered why, under any circumstances, people who were only trying to walk out of a devastated city could be prevented from reaching relative safety. So we went to New Orleans to find out. But as with so many things in America, when it comes to race, the answer is hardly ever black and white. The bridge where the incident took place is called the Crescent City Connection, linking the city of New Orleans with the west bank of the Mississippi River. It was Wednesday, 3 days after Katrina, when thousands of people started to walk across the bridge. Some 6,000 were put on buses. The exodus continued the next day when a group of tourists who had been staying in the French Quarter started heading in that direction. Along the way, they were joined by hundreds of locals. But when this group tried to cross the bridge, they were met by a line of armed Gretna policemen who fired shotguns over their heads, told them Gretna was closed, and turned them back. We found 8 people who were on the bridge that day. Kathy Golden, who now lives in Boston, was visiting her hometown with her daughter, her son, and 3 of their friends. Larry Bradshaw and Lori Beth Slonsky, both paramedics from San Francisco, were in town for a convention. They all met the morning they were forced to leave the hotel where they'd been staying since the hurricane.
There was no electricity or plumbing, and so after 4 days, it just became, I'm sure, a danger to not just the hotel for us. We needed to get out.
Please help us.
They joined thousands of people who had been left behind in New Orleans and were walking the streets looking for help.
Yeah, how can we get out of town?
200 people from the hotel ended up stranded across from the police department's command post.
A gentleman came out and identified himself as one of the commanders. And he said, I have a solution. I have buses waiting for you across the bridge.
With that assurance, they joined hundreds of other people who were walking towards the bridge to Gretna. These pictures were taken that day by a CBS News crew that was driving across the bridge. They show groups of evacuees approaching a line of policemen holding shotguns. The police car says Gretna Police. Kathy Golden told us that when her group reached the police line, they were told there were no buses and they were stopped with a shotgun blast. What was your reaction when you heard the gunshot?
I was scared at first. I've heard gunshots before because I live in the inner city area, but not a shotgun. And I was concerned about my safety and those who were with me.
One of the people on the bridge with Kathy Golden was Sharon Holloman. Did you see the police fire their guns, or did you just hear them?
We saw it. We were close enough to them. They'd racked their shotguns and let off a warning shot. We were this far away. As far away from you as I am.
Larry Bradshaw, who was at the front of the group, says he tried to get an explanation why they were being turned back.
The only 2 explanations we ever received was, 1, we're not going to have any Superdomes over here, and this is not New Orleans.
What did that mean to you?
To me, that was code language or code words for, we're not having black people coming into our neighborhood.
With nowhere to go, they set up a makeshift camp in the middle of the highway.
These pictures taken by the evacuees show some of the children who were there. The plan was to spend the night on the bridge and the next day try to cross again. But then a vehicle with Gretna police markings drove up.
He sped down in his cruiser, and over the loudspeaker, he just continuously said, "Get the off the bridge."
What?
"Get the off the bridge," and would point his gun at some people.
He pointed his gun.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, a helicopter dropped close to the encampment, and its downdraft blew things everywhere, forcing the evacuees off the bridge. They believe that the motive was racism.
Why do you think you were turned away?
I think because the group was 95% African American.
Is that the way you all feel?
Yes.
Definitely.
Do you have any evidence to support that?
A group of people trying to leave the city that's predominantly African American, and you have the officers who are white. That's the way it appears. And in that situation, that's the way you feel. We weren't given any information as to why we couldn't leave.
The race soldier.
Just appearance alone would make me feel that way.
The
We're
race
not a
soldier.
predominantly white, racist community that some people may assume that because we live in the South, because we're in New Orleans, that that's just the way it is.
Ronnie Harris is the mayor of Gretna. He spoke with us because he feels strongly that the Gretna Police Department's actions on the bridge had nothing to do with race and have been greatly misunderstood.
Our community is
Good
one
Lord.
that
Piss on our heads
understands
and tell us it's rain.
compassion, one that understands that we have to give where we can. But when there is none, you have to take care of your own population first. And that is what we were faced with.
Gretna is a middle-class suburb whose population of 17,500 is mostly white, but there is a substantial black minority, 35%. According to the mayor, from day one after the hurricane, Gretna was in no position to help outsiders.
The city of Gretna was completely on its own. Our entire services were disrupted. No city services, no electricity. We had no shelter. We had no medical services. We were hit by Category 4 hurricane. What were people expecting us to do?
And on day one, had you heard about the looting and that had started in
I
New
saw
Orleans?
brief reports, and quite frankly, I was embarrassed to see the free-for-all of not taking food and water, but goods and items, vandalism, civil unrest, civil disobedience, and it sickened me.
Fires have broken out across the New Orleans area, most of them started by looters.
And the looters are just about anybody, from old men to little girls.
The mayor's image of New Orleans came from media reports like these that emphasize chaos, anarchy, looting, and violence.
Who's next?
There are also reports of rape and violence.
If you're in New Orleans at night, you stand a good chance of being shot.
So this environment of police
Wow,
officers being
sounds like
shot,
1992
citizens lying
Los
dead in the
Angeles.
street, images of looting going on in the city of New Orleans made me realize that our community was in a crisis far greater proportion than just of the hurricane.
His concern increased on Wednesday when thousands of people from New Orleans, mostly desperate poor African Americans, started walking across the bridge towards Gretna.
It started as a trickle, then it began quite heavily. From our estimates, between 5,000 and 6,000 people amassed on the west bank of the river. Now that's our side of the river, the Gretna side.
The number of people fleeing the city was so large that the Gretna police commandeered transportation to bus them out of town. Over the next 24 hours, the police say they bused 6,000 evacuees from New Orleans. At the same time, police were on guard against reports of looting.
All of this was crashing down on all of us who were in charge, had to make decisions in a crisis mode.
And that's what led to the police chief's decision to seal off Gretna.
Something had to be done.
Did the police chief consult with you before he sealed off the town?
It was his decision, of which I supported wholeheartedly.
We had to make a decision because we did not have the wherewithal to continue and to evacuate thousands and thousands of more people.
Glad to see you, Mayor.
Arthur Lawson is the chief of police in Gretna. We wanted to ask him about his decision to shut down the bridge, but he declined our request. But he did speak with a CBS News reporter shortly after the incident.
You know, our job was to secure our city. We did our best to evacuate those that came over, but we could not continue to evacuate the entire city of New Orleans.
You say you sealed the city because you wanted to protect the city and protect the residents of your city.
Protect the lives of our residents. That's right.
Protect them from what? Protect them from who?
You had to be there to understand and witness total chaos, total mayhem, the lack of information. That is what was facing us.
Yeah,
and firing a shotgun.
Los Angeles in 1994 after the quake.
When law enforcement is present, order is
chaos.
expected. Without it, terror and mayhem can ensue.
So you felt you had to condemn everyone because there might be some bad apples in that bunch?
Absolutely not.
When I say condemn, you're turning them around. You had to turn everyone around, old folks and children, because there might be some bad apples with them.
What we did was seal that location off, just like a safety or security available to wherever they were going. What did not exist, was not there.
Okay, then let me rephrase it. You didn't let anyone into your community, including old women and children, because you thought some bad apples might have come in with them.
The crowd was desperate. The crowd had gone through some unbelievable sights and sounds and the devastation hurricane. And I understand they were looking for safety and security, something that I could not provide. It was as simple as that.
That's a lame excuse. Moved by the chair.
Oliver Thomas is the president of the New Orleans City Council. The day the Gretna police put a ban on pedestrians crossing the bridge, he says he was watching from his car.
Well, hold on a second now. I can't walk across the bridge? And that's the state's bridge. So who gave you the authority to stop that walk? It was nonviolent. There weren't people walking with shotguns and rifles. They had to walk through shotguns and rifles.
How do you feel about the way those people were treated?
It's not humane to intimidate women and children, old people, many who were on their last leg. If you could see the condition of people walking across a bridge, it was literally the only way you can walk is one step at a time, but it was one calculated step at a time.
The police chief and the mayor have said that the police officers felt they were facing an unruly crowd and they felt threatened.
They felt what?
Threatened.
They felt threatened by dehydrated, starved, tired people. Sounds like they need a new police force.
I'm sure that they were very good people. They were scared people. They were desperate people. And unfortunately, contained within that crowd was a criminal element. That criminal element burned, looted, stole, threatened, and terrorized.
Look, people took advantage of this storm and took advantage of this situation, this catastrophe all over the region. Guess what? There are people who do that. But do you penalize and victimize everybody else because of it?
We had no more to offer here than they did in New Orleans. We did not have food. We did not have water. We did not have shelters here.
We weren't asking for food, water, or shelter. We were asking for the ability to walk out of New Orleans.
We did secure our community. I do not apologize for shutting the bridge down. My job and responsibility to this community is to make sure that it's safe. The people and their property are safe in this community.
People in Gretna aren't apologizing either. Signs thanking the police chief and his department have sprouted in many of Gretna's front yards.
I salute each and every brave police officer.
And the city council unanimously passed a resolution saying that allowing individuals to enter the city posed an unacceptable risk to the safety of the citizens of Gretna.
They seem to be saying that there's a limit to compassion, that there's only so much you can do in circumstances like this to help people.
Well, I think we're finding that out. I think we're finding that out in America right now today.
Does this have any national significance? Do you see it? Does it say something about America?
Katrina washed away a lot of veils and took a lot of face masks off. Your politics cannot be bigger than your humanity. And in this case, we didn't need politics. We needed humanity.
The Louisiana Attorney General's office is investigating whether laws were broken or civil rights were violated on the bridge to Gretna.
Well,
Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans a year ago this Tuesday. CBS News national correspondent Byron Pitts has been covering the story ever since.
We are once again in the heart of hurricane season. Yet for people who live along the Gulf Coast, it's that hurricane past that still causes sleepless nights. Hurricane Katrina killed more than 1,300 men, women, and children. Many of those who died in New Orleans. 1 year later, New Orleans is still struggling to recover. The man in charge of bringing the city back to life is Mayor Ray Nagin. But there are questions. Is he up to the job? And what if there's another direct hit? Is New Orleans ready for another hurricane?
I think we're ready for another hurricane like Katrina.
There's the headline.
Absolutely.
How is that possible?
When Katrina hit us, our highest levees were 12 to 13 feet. Once they're building now, as high as 20 feet.
The failure of those levees was the signature event behind the flooding that left 80% of New Orleans underwater after Katrina. Today, in one of the few visible signs of recovery, the 220 miles of the levees damaged by the storm have been repaired or restored.
Yes, Shabaka. Oh, I thought you sleep on the job, man.
Shabaka, I'm here. I'm just letting the video play because every time I'm unmuted, it echoes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Welcome, Coliseum Arguments. Yeah, thank you, Mac 285.
Oh, yeah. And putting all bullshit aside, people, this is definitely a tragedy. But like I said, for me, since I will never go into the South again, I will take my earthquake over this shit, you know, putting all BS aside. Because, see, I know what to do in an earthquake. I would not know what to do in this. And if you're ever out here, and if you're in an earthquake, when the quake hits, don't worry about no morals. You're going to be in a survival mode. The first thing to get is water. Buy it, trade for it, steal it by any means necessary because you need water to live.
Right. Well, that's in any disaster. You want to get a hold of some water. Definitely.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because in the quake, and I would imagine the same thing happened here in the hurricane situation, all your public water taps are contaminated. You have to assume the worst. You got chemicals going in the shit, piss, shit.
Yep.
Use sanitary napkins, all the horrors and nasty stuff that you can imagine.
Yep. Good advice, Shabaka. All right, I'm gonna let it continue. About 15 minutes left of this one.
All right.
Stored by the Army Corps of Engineers.
Now, how does this compare to the old levee wall?
Oh, it was a third of that, maybe. It was just dirt. And that was part of the problem. When the water was overflowing, it came and started digging. It dug holes on this side of the levee. And this is the anti-scouring part. So now if the water flows over, it won't dig a hole. And when it dug a hole, it weakened the whole levee.
Deal with bushmeat, man.
So you're convinced that Cat 3, Cat 4, this wall will hold?
Look at this, man. Where's this going to go?
If New Orleans is prepared for a hurricane today,
that got hit by
that
quake,
was not the case a year ago. And Nagin helped make a bad situation worse by not ordering a mandatory evacuation until the morning before the storm made landfall. His delay and indecision almost certainly cost lives.
That was heartbreaking, seeing dead bodies in the water and watching babies and old people, elderly people really suffering. That was very, very tough.
In New Orleans, about how many died?
About 600.
600 people.
Yes.
Any private moments where you blame yourself for those people who died?
Absolutely. I think about whether I could have ordered a mandatory evacuation earlier. I think about what we could have done differently and better with the Superdome and with getting more people out of the neighborhoods. I contemplate and think about that a lot.
How would you evacuate people differently this time?
We're getting everybody out, and we're going to use every medium available. No shelter of last resort, buses,
Front Line Blacc
trains, planes, everybody's got to go.
Under the mayor's new plan, no Superdome, no convention center. When a Category 3 or higher hurricane threatens New Orleans, everyone leaves.
We should be able to move it forward.
Planning for the next disaster seems simple.
compared with fixing what was broken by the last one. 1 year later, parts of New Orleans look the way they did days after the hurricane. Tons of debris still scattered about. 6 of the city's 9 hospitals still closed. Before Katrina, some 65,000 children attended public schools here. This fall, it could be down to 21,000. Thousands of families remain in government trailers. Today, neighborhoods are still deserted, block after block of deafening silence.
Everywhere you see a home or a slab, there were people who lived here. And it just kind of keeps me sad from the standpoint that they're somewhere around the country. They're stressed out, they're confused, and they're trying to figure out a way to come back home. And when you look at this, they won't be back for a long time. So it's really tough.
You hear it all the time. Why can't you clean this area up faster than you have? People blame you for that.
This is the cleaned up version.
This is.
I hate to put it in those terms, but right after Katrina, this was absolutely, you couldn't drive up this street. And we've cleaned up just about everything except for things on people's personal property. Now we have to contact a lot of these individuals and get their permissions to go here and demolish these properties.
But you can't get the cars out yet. You can't get this demolished.
It's all right. You guys in New York City can't get a hole in the ground fixed. And it's 5 years later. So let's be fair.
Well, just like the city of
If
Los
Nick
Angeles
is
don't know how to
defensive
put
about
out fire.
accusations things are moving too slowly under his watch, he gets no sympathy from Leonard Moore, a professor of African American history at Louisiana State University. Moore's writing a book critical of Nagin titled An Oreo in Chocolate City.
What does Ray Nagin have to do going forward now to reclaim New Orleans, rebuild New Orleans?
Oh, I think that is coming on.
Gone?
I mean, I don't think
already.
I don't think Nagin is at this stage of the game. I think he's too damaged to be an effective politician.
Wow.
Moore believes Nagin failed as a leader during Katrina and has continued to fail in the year since.
We're gonna get you back, man.
Especially when it comes to helping the city's Black residents.
You are mayor of the city. You control the jobs. There's a lot of money flowing through here. Grab a hold of the reins and do something to help these people come back to their city, or do something to help these people get on with their lives.
What's your plan for New Orleans?
We have to get our infrastructure together. That's still a little strained. The water system, for example.
A little strained.
A little strained.
Being generous, aren't you?
Well, it's all relative.
About the city's water system, 85 million gallons of fresh water has been leaking away every day since Katrina hit. As for the master plan for rebuilding, it won't be finalized before May of next year. Only then can the real work begin. But Mayor Nagin remains stubbornly optimistic.
At the end of the day, I see the city being totally rebuilt. I see us eliminating blight, still being culturally unique, with a new school system that's probably state-of-the-art, and a much more diversified economy where creative people come to live, love, and play.
And cake and ice cream for everybody, is there?
Cake and ice cream? Well, we can work that out. Some beignets, cafe au lait. That's what I see. Now,
is that realistic?
Point A to get there, it's going to take a lot of hard work.
We don't have a lot of time, and we won't have a lot of opportunity to get it right if it's not.
Oliver Thomas is president of the New Orleans City Council. He believes Nagin has made mistakes, but he won't give up on it.
This was the equivalent of a bomb falling in New Orleans. Should things have happened quicker? Yes. But everyone has their own style of leadership. And right now, our political leader, our political father, is Ray Nagin. So for the next 4 years, we're going to sink or swim with him.
Another sign that things are not close to normal in New Orleans, the presence of the National Guard. Nagin called them in this summer to deal with the sharp rise in murders.
What's up, guys?
At the earliest, those 300 guardsmen won't be leaving until the end of the year.
We've had some very high-profile events as far as multiple murders that have happened. So it's unnerved the community in a big way. But all the crime statistics that we look at on a per capita basis are down, with the exception of the rising murder rate.
That's a big one, though.
It's a huge one.
Right? I mean, if people don't feel safe in New Orleans, tourism is your bread and butter.
Rarely is there an issue with the tourists. This is happening in the inner city where most tourists don't go. And it's basically turf battles, primarily over drug activity.
New Orleans is a violent city. And I'm going to say this. If I could deputize King Kong and Godzilla, I'd do it tomorrow. And people would be uncomfortable watching King Kong and Godzilla walk around the street, right? But if they can fight these thugs and stop crime while we're rebuilding, I'm going to put a blue uniform on them.
The struggle with crime is happening with half the city's population still displaced. And the half that hasn't come back is mostly poor, predominantly Black. Before Katrina, nearly 13,000 residents lived in public housing projects. Some of those projects are going to be torn down and replaced, and that will take at least 3 years.
Condominiums and hotels.
So a city that was once 67% minority faces a change in color and culture. The mayor insists he's committed to preserving New Orleans' diversity.
What I do have a problem with is some entrenched interests that are looking and salivating over certain sections of the city and want to say to me as mayor, Mr. Mayor, we want you to tell people they can't go back there because we have some development ideas that we want to push. I don't think that's right.
Nagin claims he's looking out for the poor, yet he's made more progress lining up developments that appear to cater to the rich.
Tell me something that's going to happen for sure.
Trump Towers. We're going to have a Trump International Tower in the city of New Orleans, 68-story condominium, high end. Definitely
brother, you make me
I think you're
vomit.
looking at basically a town that will be a playground for the rich for the next 40 years. Around the perimeter of the city, what you'll find are probably luxury condos, $1 million mansions, and this will be probably the Las Vegas of the South.
The old New Orleans, gone.
The old New Orleans, gone completely. The culture is completely gone.
That charge may be extreme, but Jim Carvin has similar concerns.
I'm willing
He's
to
been
bet my
political
last dollar on what he said.
advisor to every winning mayor in the Big Easy since 1969, including Ray Nagin.
We're talking as though blacks and
Man,
whites
you need
are
to
all the
leave that
same.
alcohol
In
alone,
this city,
man. You look like a
they're
straight
not.
lush.
He points to one of the symbols of society, the debutante balls last December, just 4 months after Katrina. While the city's Black social clubs canceled their events, largely because of diminished ranks, most of the white clubs held theirs as planned.
Look what they
With
got
all
on.
the catastrophe,
They got on their
the
hoods.
debutante parties went on.
But like
They didn't
I
miss a
said,
beat. Every
they
day you
stating
pick
how
up the
they
paper,
honestly
and there
feel.
was
I
the
ain't mad
debutante
at it.
ball, as though there had never
I'm
been a
just mad
Katrina.
at these
That's why the
coon
white
ass, sellout
establishment
ass, black ass
looked at the
politicians.
exodus of the Black community and said, we can make this a white city again.
I look at the post-Katrina piece as a game of musical chairs. The music is going, everybody's dancing, everybody's having a good time. But once the music gets turned off, white folk have a place to sit down, a place to sleep, a place for their children to go to school. We're going back to a trailer.
However, Nagin insists all are welcome in the new New Orleans. But for now, 1 year later, that remains a dream deferred. Discouraged by the slow recovery, many have taken matters into their own hands, taking back what they lost. At least $15 billion in federal aid has been set aside to rebuild the Crescent City, but very little has been delivered. Just give us money, Ray Nagin says,
I'll take my
and give
desert.
me more time.
I take
We've got
my
some
heat.
challenges. This is
I'll
pioneering
take my
work.
earthquake.
This is not for the
Man,
faint
you
of
all
heart.
can have them daggone hurricanes, but there's the force of the ancestors on them slave ships.
In the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, more than 1,000 bodies were recovered in the city of New Orleans. Among the dead were 34 patients from Memorial Medical Center, a hospital that was stranded, isolated in 10 feet of water and without power for 4 sweltering days. This summer, Louisiana's Attorney General stunned the city when he charged that 4 of Memorial's dead did not die from illnesses or even from the horrific conditions, but that they were murdered. Even more stunning, a highly respected doctor and 2 nurses were arrested. But was it murder? That question has triggered a bitter debate in New Orleans, an age-old debate about medical
Organ
morality.
harvesting.
Tonight, for the first time, we hear from the accused.
It is unbelievably shocking for me that I'm actually sitting here having this conversation with you on national TV. And I want everybody to know that I am not a murderer, that we are not murderers.
Dr. Anna Poe, along with nurses Sherry Landry and Lori Budo, were arrested this summer after an investigation by the state attorney general, who accused them of murder, of injecting 4 patients in their care with 2 different drugs.
When you use both of them together, it becomes a lethal cocktail that guarantees they're going to die.
The story made headlines around the world. It's New Orleans, after all, and theories abound. Were patients murdered? Was it mercy killing? Did the doctor and nurses kill patients who were dying anyway and were too ill to be evacuated? Or were they simply given medication to make them comfortable in the most horrific of conditions? The Attorney General had no doubt.
This is not euthanasia. This is plain and simple homicide.
He went from being a highly respected physician to, in the eyes of the law, a criminal. What did that do to you?
It completely ripped my heart out because my entire life I have tried to do good, and my entire adult life I have given everything that I have within me to take care of my patients.
She's been practicing medicine for more than 15 years as a head and neck surgeon who specializes in treating cancer patients. As Katrina approached, Dr. Poe headed to Memorial Medical Center, where she was on call. In all, about 2,000 people were in the hospital that Sunday night, many of them simply seeking refuge. After the storm passed the next morning, there was a sense of relief. Dr. Poe was offered the chance to leave. She chose to stay with her patients. By early Tuesday morning, the city's levees were collapsing.
It was really shocking. The water was squirting out of the vents in the street, the gutters, and water started coming, and it probably rose about a foot an hour.
By late Tuesday, the hospital was flooded with 10 feet of water and completely without power. Ventilators stopped. There were no telephones, limited food, and perhaps worst of all, the 110-degree heat.
I don't know if there's any way for me to describe to you how intense the heat was. It was relentless. It was suffocating. It made it extremely difficult to breathe. And with the heat came the terrible smell from all of the human waste and the fact that we didn't have water.
It was becoming apparent that the hospital must be evacuated, but authorities told Memorial they were not a high priority because thousands of city residents were trapped on their rooftops. Occasional helicopters or small boats would evacuate some patients, but nurses Sherry Landry and Lori Budo say that was rare.
It was like, where are the boats? Where are the helicopters? Why isn't anybody coming?
Did either of you think of just getting out of one of those boats?
Not until everybody else was out, as far as patients or visitors or families. I mean, we were there for the duration.
Patients lay soaking in squalor. Nurses broke windows for air and fanned patients. The 7th floor was most critical. A separate company called Life Care ran an acute care facility for the severely ill. Their doctor didn't show, so Dr. Poe and a handful of other doctors and nurses did what they could. There was sporadic evacuations, but it took tremendous effort. Patients had to be carried down as many as 7 flights of stairs, then back up again to a helipad on a garage. It was a battlefield. Several died in the process. By nightfall Wednesday, Memorial was a hellhole.
The hospital, you have to remember, was pitch black. We couldn't see our hands in front of our face. We had to examine patients using flashlights. The patients realized there wasn't a whole lot that we could do for them except to provide the most basic care. And they were worried, you know, I don't feel well. When am I going to get out of here?
Doctors say the hospital had become a death trap. Dehydration was a killer.
Were people dying?
Yes, people were dying.
From their diseases or from their conditions?
You have to understand that there were very sick people in the hospital. You have this intense heat. We have the lack of all the tools that we normally use. And so people were dying from the horrible conditions because they were not strong enough to tolerate them.
Bodies were piling up. The chapel became a morgue. Then gunshots were heard. There was fear that looters might break in.
Did you figure at any point that you were really done for?
Because you don't know me, you don't know how tough I am. And I don't think anyone gave up hope. I can tell you that. I didn't give up hope because as a cancer specialist, what I do is I give hope to my patients. You know, I am hope.
By Thursday morning, another 10 patients were dead. Then something worse. Word spread that no organized rescue would be coming. Dr. John Kokomore was stunned.
That was actually what was told us, that help was not on the way, that we would be on our own. At that point, we were dumbfounded and in a bit of shock.
So you were being abandoned, in effect.
Yes, sir.
What choices did you have at the height of this battle?
Our choice would have been to leave the hospital and leave behind our patients. That was unacceptable to me and unacceptable to virtually all of our doctors.
Many felt that patients could not bear another day in Memorial. Preparations were made for a makeshift evacuation. Several doctors waded out into the floodwaters to try to commandeer boats. According to Attorney General Charles Foti, that's when Dr. Anna Poe and her nurses injected 4 patients with lethal doses. The Attorney General says in this affidavit that several witnesses claim that Dr. Poe, along with nurses Budo and Landry, headed up to the life care facility on the 7th floor, where there were 9 patients that doctors say were too sick to be moved. Foti claims Dr. Poe told the staff they didn't have a lot of time and that they needed to evacuate. She then allegedly said a decision had been made to administer lethal doses to patients who probably were not going to survive. Witnesses claim that Dr. Poe said she took full responsibility. And then, according to Foti's affidavit, the doctor and nurses were seen entering patients' rooms with syringes and vials of drugs.
People testified what they saw, what they heard. We then spent almost 10 and a half months investigating. And after all of this, could only come to the conclusion that this crime had been committed.
And you feel you have a strong case?
We wouldn't have taken this action unless we were positive that of what we said in the allegations and in the affidavit to the judge, and all that's facts.
Foti says he has post-mortem evidence that shows that the life care patients, 2 men and 2 women, aged 61 to 90, had high levels of the painkiller morphine and the sedative Versed. But that evidence has yet to be released. Some doctors say those medications would be perfectly acceptable in making patients comfortable given the circumstances.
There were lethal doses of both of those drugs in those patients. Lethal doses.
But these 4 patients that we're talking about were very, very sick, correct?
Yes, sir. They were sick.
I mean, they had do not resuscitate.
Some did, some don't. Do not resuscitate does not mean do not rescue.
Foti claims it's possible that Dr. Poe and the nurses killed even more patients.
By most counts, all of these women were respected professionals with great records.
Even respected people make bad choices.
But would you not think that in case of murder, the perpetrators would try to conceal their actions?
Maybe they just didn't think that anybody would ever find out.
Dr. Poe and the nurses agreed to talk to us, but their lawyers would not let them discuss any specifics of their actions that day. The lawyers say that's because the state has yet to show them any of the evidence. They say they plan to argue that the entire investigation is illegitimate. But Dr. Poe will answer the central question.
Did you murder those patients as the Attorney General alleges?
No, I did not murder those patients. Mr. Safer, I've spent my entire life taking care of patients. I have no history of doing anything other than good for my patients. I do the best of my ability. Why would I suddenly start murdering people? It doesn't make sense.
She also says she is just not capable of any sort of mercy killing.
I do not believe in euthanasia. I don't think that it's anyone's decision to make when a patient dies. However, what I do believe in is comfort care, and that means that we ensure that they do not suffer pain.
Doctors make decisions every day in terms of the so-called double effect, where the medicine I am going to give to this person, I know is going to ease their pain, but I also know there is another possible effect, and the effect is to shorten their lives. Are we talking about something like that going on?
Are we talking about in this case?
Yes.
Any time that you provide pain medicine to anybody, there is a risk. But as I said, my role is to help them through their pain.
Murder or not, the alleged crimes took place when help was actually on the way, but no one in the hospital knew that. The owners of Memorial had chartered 5 helicopters. Within hours, hundreds of people were evacuated. 34 people lay dead.
I don't think that I could have done anything more. I worked almost around the clock, running up and down the stairs. I did the best I could under these dreadful conditions that I did not create, but that were created by the fact that we were abandoned.
You took the conditions into consideration when you made your judgment.
Yes, sir.
Any second thoughts?
No, sir.
The criminal case is now in the hands of the New Orleans district attorney, who must decide whether or not to present it to a grand jury. Whatever may have happened at Memorial, it is one more example of the utter failure of city, state, and federal authorities. As for Dr. Poe and the nurses, they are faced with a prospect of life in prison and the possibility of never practicing medicine again.
That is the thing that is truly the most painful for me. I'm very committed and I love what I do. I mean, I really love it.
Keep
It is
in
the
mind,
best
people
thing
see all
about
of this
my
is
life.
ambiguous.
And the fact that I may not be able to continue to do the thing that I love the most, where I know that I can do a lot of good, is just phenomenally, phenomenally painful to me.
Damn. That's fucked up.
Yeah. This is bad. So to the great state of Louisiana and to the city of what they call it, the Crescent City, I will not be passing through you guys' city no more. Not at my age.
Damn. That was really bad.
Yeah, actually, man, right there is what they were. Actually, it's apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Is what it is. What is the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? The weather, famine, pestilence. You see what I'm saying? Natural disasters.
Yep.
If I got it right.
So
and keep in mind,
let's hear from some of the natives who remember Katrina 20 years later. Like I said, they said it was a horror movie. Like I said, I was down there and it was still towed up, and that was 7 years after the fact.
Damn. And can you imagine the stench down there? And then, of course, with that humidity, man, that humidity ain't nothing but a great big incubator for bacteria.
Yep. Like you said, cholera was running rampant, all kinds of diseases was running
rampant. Oh, yeah. And then keep in mind when you get out here in the wild, wild west, you know, with all this heat that kills bacteria. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'll take this desert, man. So I've been to the South. So all of y'all out there who challenged me over the years to go to the South, I did it. I didn't dig it. The only thing I liked in the South is when I saw James Brown Boulevard in Augusta, GA.
Cars are being covered, by water. The hospital did have a hospice floor, so they were able to get the hospice people out. And the guys that came in the fisherman boat, thank God for them, because they came in.
It's the victim. Sorry.
And welcome to The Factor Uncensored, this very special edition from the Fox lot. And we have the New Orleans Brass Band here with us for a very special reason. We are remembering Hurricane Katrina 20 years later. Devastating to this country, where just under 1,400 people died and $125 billion in damages. But many people are still trying to recover from the devastation that we saw in Louisiana, particularly in New Orleans. It's where we met the LeBlanc family. They now call Houston home, and we have their journey from Louisiana to Texas. Let's take a look.
It was unreal. It was unbelievable. It wasn't. It was a horror movie. It was like something from a horror film. It wasn't my city. It wasn't. You couldn't see the houses. It was like unreal. I could not believe that had actually.
Try earthquake, honey.
The help didn't come as soon as it should have came, and I feel like we could move and do better with helping people. I still don't get why we were left there for so long.
The stories
because of his history, honey.
The heartbreak just as tough when it comes to victims remembering Hurricane Katrina. So guys, take us back to August 2005 in New Orleans. You guys,
I got a question,
any
y'all.
other month until it was.
You think Uncle Tim Scott would have been out there, man, ass scratching, yassa bossing?
Days before the storm, so I was just excited about the 4th grade. She finally let me get a perm, so that was like a
big day for you.
Yeah, that was a big day for me. So yeah.
And it was, business as usual. We would go to work, come home, pick her up from school, do homework. My husband worked at the hospital, at Baptist Hospital, uptown in New Orleans. This picture, we were at the convention center. This bridge, if you could cross this bridge, you could have gotten to safety.
For the first time ever, mom and daughter, Larice and Michael LeBlanc, are both talking about the day their lives changed forever. The day Katrina came to New Orleans 20 years ago. And then the weather reports began, Larice.
Same old routine. Like, okay, yeah, another storm.
Being from Louisiana,
yes.
A storm approaching is no big deal because most times there's nothing that's going to happen.
And it always happens around my birthday. The year before, I believe it was Hurricane Isla. We were in the storm. So we always went to the hospital again, just because that was the normal routine. So
for shelter, just in case.
Just in case. And my dad just had to work. They always required him to work during the storms.
He did
specify Mac 285.
So he had to be there at the hospital. That particular time, it was either go to work or get fired. So we had no idea the severity of the storm. So he went to work, and we wasn't expecting that to happen.
And when you did hear the report, so did you go on life as usual, other than your husband being an essential worker having to go to work? Did you think, okay, something major is coming, or was it life as usual?
Life as usual. We just went home. My husband was like, get ready, start packing, because they could call me at any time.
This is not a test. This is the real deal.
All along the Gulf Coast, people have been told...
Man, she wouldn't know what to do in Las Vegas, man.
The LeBlancs found themselves in
This
hell.
is desert heat.
Katrina was
What's
approaching.
that? Desert
They took
heat.
shelter where Larice's
What's that?
husband,
Desert
Michael,
heat.
worked, Baptist Hospital.
It hit for me when the hospital wasn't letting, if you weren't already at the hospital, people that were passing by, we weren't able to let them in the
Now,
hospital.
Mac 285, why would I invite a married woman to Las Vegas?
People go to the
Come
hospital
on,
for
man.
help. So if we can't even help the people that are coming to us for help, what's going to happen to us? We're already not having power. So it's just like
And
a waiting
twin,
game.
it
at
takes
that point.
6 guys to
And
carry a man to
was
his
just like
grave,
an
and it only
unknown
takes
thing.
one woman to put him there.
And you're 8 years old and you're witnessing all of this.
Yeah.
And, it just, when...
No, Mac 285, I don't do that.
in certain
No,
parts of
no,
the
I'm not
hospital.
Captain Save-A-Hole.
We had to
No,
move,
no.
and it was like we were moving
Very,
from
very
place
hazardous
to place
job.
to place in the hospital for safety because the windows were starting to break. So we had to get inside in the middle of the hospital and get away from anything that had windows
Exactly,
for safety.
twin.
So we even stayed in a storage closet for safety because there was
Okay,
no
Brother Che, I'm going to
windows.
be out
Then
in 10
came the
minutes.
flooding in New Orleans. The LeBlancs watched as the water began to rise. The idea of staying in the hospital soon faded.
Cars are being covered, by water. The hospital did have a hospice floor, so they were able to get the hospice people out. And the guys that came in the fisherman boat, thank God for them, because they came and they were bringing people from the hospital to St. Charles. And I remember us being by Copeland's. Copeland's across the street was Rite Aid, but we were being dropped off at
Copeland's, the restaurant?
Copeland's, the restaurant. That was the spot. There was Copeland's, there was a church, and then there was a Rite Aid. That's where we would drop everybody off from the hospital.
Where did you go next in your journey?
Then next we went to the convention center, which we were told that we weren't going to the convention center. We were told when we were dropped off at on St. Charles that they would have buses to pick us up from St. Charles. So we thought from St. Charles and we would leave on the buses, but we didn't. I think it was a school bus came and picked us up and dropped us off at the convention.
But we got separated a little bit. Not separated, not us. But remember, they took grandmother Rachel and mama first. They took the elderly first.
Yeah, that was another thing.
When they were coming around, they took the elderly first. So wherever they were going, again, I'm just a kid, so I don't know. But once we got on the bus and we were pulling, because I remember pulling up to the convention center and I was just like, this doesn't look like help. Like, it was just a whole bunch of people already there. But my grandmothers, they were smart because they waited. They were somewhere visible for us so we could see them. But it was just a whole bunch of people. And I didn't see like the help that I was expecting. I remember that.
Was that frightening to you? Disappointing?
Disappointed, just because I was just like, I don't see help. Like, this doesn't look like organized. Like, when stuff is organized, everybody didn't look too happy.
And we're not done with the LeBlanc story here on the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. We will be back with more Factor Uncensored, and we leave you with the Hustlers Brass Band. Take it away, guys.
Oh, boy. Okay, folks, I'm out in 7 minutes.
To Texas. Walking into the convention center, what was that stay like?
When we initially got to the convention center, it wasn't crowded, so we found a little spot, put down some blankets that we had in the back of our backpacks. That was okay. That was fine initially, but then it became more crowded and more people start to come. The bathrooms stopped working, so you couldn't use, you could not use the restroom.
Oh,
you could not.
man.
The toilets
That's
weren't flushed.
even worse.
The fecal matter
Yeah,
may
that's
have been
similar
2
what
3
happens with
inches
the plate
high. It
too,
was
y'all.
just, urine, feces. So
We found the spot outside.
While sanitary conditions were definitely bad, Larry says all of the allegations of animalistic behavior and violence were absolutely false.
There was a lot of rumors going around about people getting raped. That was not true. A lot of rumors going around about
who the hell
people
gonna
getting
go out and
killed.
commit
That was
rape
not
in
true.
a
There was a
situation
lot
like
of
that?
rumors. When help,
Rape is an act wrong within itself.
I don't know. I didn't feel like they came to help us because they had machine guns thrown on us. Why are you having machine guns that you use in a military war situation, drawing on people that you're coming to help?
And when you say they, who are you referring to?
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the military came in and they had
Members of the U.S. military there to help you guys, to help rescue you guys, but yet you were met with guns in
And
your
plus,
face.
keep in
yes, with
mind, they
machine
locked
guns,
and
you know,
loaded with
drawn
banana
on
clips
us in our
too.
faces, and literally every time they passed by. Now, when
40-round
if
clips.
they knew they were being filmed, then they wouldn't do it. But they, before the filming took place, they had guns.
After leaving the convention center, the ladies say they were on their own, meaning all of the people of New Orleans who didn't evacuate before Katrina were now stuck in the city.
Either my mother or my husband made this sign that we need help.
It was all about survival, and the survivors had to accept any help in any form it came. You may remember scenes of looting in New Orleans during the storm. Well, Larice said those accused of being bad actors were also seen as heroes by those in need.
Like the so-called thugs, those people were the ones that went in and got food and got water and gave to the elderly, made sure they were taken care of, made sure the ladies that had babies, made sure they went and got milk for them, made sure they started feeding people so they weren't all bad. Yes, they did do something initially.
Finally, an airlift arrived, and the LeBlancs were one step closer to escaping the nightmare. But that rescue came with a shocking reveal for the New Orleanian.
And when we left, I didn't know how bad it was until we were in the helicopter and I could see.
And when you, Larice, were in the helicopter, getting a bird's eye view of your city, what did you think then when you finally saw New Orleans from the sky?
It was unreal. It was unbelievable. It wasn't. It was a horror movie. It was like something from a horror film. It wasn't my city. It wasn't. You couldn't see the houses. It was like unreal. I could not believe that had actually happened, and we didn't know the severity.
And that story of survival is not over just yet as we talk about the Blaccs leaving New Orleans and heading to Texas. We'll be back with more Factor Uncensored on this special edition, the 20th anniversary of Hurricane. After days of survival, the LeBlancs, along with other members of their extended family, including Larice's elderly mother, finally made it to Texas, a place they decided to settle in for the next 20 years. But it wasn't without its difficulties, given the reputation some New Orleanians were getting in Texas. Larice decided to share her own narrative by formally introducing their family to their new community.
I knew what they saw on TV. I wrote my educational level down, that I had a degree, that my husband was gainfully employed. I was gainfully employed. You know, we were doing well. We were productive people. So I knew the stigma that was attached to the people that was coming here. So I wanted them to know who we were.
Was it tough at all for you adjusting here, or at 8, this became your home? And this
at 8, this became my home, and I think what helped is that I wasn't singled out. I wasn't the only person from New Orleans. So when we did counseling, at first it was group counseling, so we could all know, you know, our friends from New Orleans. And of course we did the separate counseling on our own. But I think having that group of people that were familiar with home, it just kind of, you know, made up for the lack of not being at home. So I think that's why I adjusted pretty well too. And this new environment, just Texas is different. I was so used to wearing uniforms. So when my mom had brought home school clothes for me, and I was just like, where's my uniform? My mom was like, you can wear clothes. And I was really excited about that because I never got to wear clothes to school because uniform, like everything had to be prim and proper. So I finally got to relax a little bit and just wear kid clothes.
Hey, my name is Micah. All right, folks, I'm out. Okay, Brother Chair, I'll give you a call later on after I make these
How
runs
much does it
today.
still weigh going through Katrina? How much does it still weigh on you?
Shabaka, thank you for joining me.
All right. Okay. All right, y'all. Take care. All righty. I'm out. Okay.
And did that counseling help you?
I think the counseling did help me just because I was a kid So I had somebody other than my parents to talk to. And even though it wasn't for long, because it was just for the 4th grade year, you know, moving on to the 5th grade and stuff like that, it would just kind of set me up for success and how to manage my feelings. It does still affect me because I don't like hurricane season. So it just is like, just got to be prepared. I know how to be prepared. And just, I have a good, strong faith. So I know God's going to take care of me. So I think that's what I weigh on a lot. Like, you know, no matter what, I still have God, I still have family, I still have my life.
The LeBlanc family is a true picture of survival. Larissa's mom is still with the family in Texas, but unfortunately her husband Michael died recently after being the rock, the patriarch of the family.
My dad's not here, and I feel like his story needed to be told.
Micah has started her own family as well, but she still struggles with the nightmare called Katrina she experienced at 8 years old.
I want people to know that help didn't come as soon as it should have came, and I feel like we can move and do better with helping people. I still don't get why we were left there for so long. Help could have just been there. Like, it doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm left with, just more questions still. The city's not up. Like, I thought maybe after I graduated high school, I would go back and move there. But after I graduated high school, it's like, it's still not the same, so.
We still live with the scars of Katrina. Emotionally, some of us
It's taken 20 years for me and my mom to talk about it together. Like, we never talked about it together.
Wow, really?
No, like, just because I got reached out is the only reason why we're talking about it. If we never got reached out to talk to you today, I don't know when we would have talked about it.
So this is Aiden's Treats and Gumbo to Go.
All in one spot. So that's what I was going for. So we have over here the snowball stand, because it's Aiden's Treats, along with all the other things that we have on the menu. You would order up there, you would pick up there. You want to hang out, you could. We're going to add some more tables and chairs, bistro style out here. We have our fountain. You can throw your coin in.
This
Make
be
a
that
wish.
Garden District feeling.
There you go. There you go. And then over here, we're going to build out a play area for the kids. We're going to fence it in so they're safe. This is a busy street. And then we'll add some artificial turf here so they can have a little play area if they want to stay and play and hang out for a while.
And it has the New Orleans colors, the Mardi Gras field, Mardi Gras colors.
Yes, yes. Mad King got that together for me. Desire Street, Desire and Claymont, that's the intersection where I grew up at.
Narika Chapman's excitement simply cannot be contained for her new business venture in North Houston, Aiden's Treats and her anchor restaurant, Gumbo to Go. Now, this comes after a 20-year harrowing journey from her home state of Louisiana.
Initially, I was not going to leave New Orleans because in New Orleans, there's always a hurricane and there's always the big one and nothing happens. It ends up being a vacation away from home and we go back and everything's fine. When Katrina came, during that time, I owned a nursing service and I had patients that I was responsible for. One of my patients, Miss Margaret, was left behind by her family, but she was someone that I saw daily. So I went to pick her up. I brought her over to my house. At the time, I had a townhouse. So my thinking was, if the water got bad, we would go on the second floor. I went to Sam's. I bought everything we needed. I bought things to grill food. If I had to cook outside, I remember I bought some yellow roses. I love flowers. I bought yellow roses. And I had everything we needed to ride the storm out. My mom kept calling actually, because it wasn't the first call that moved me. And she said, this is going to be bad. Y'all got to get out of there.
Bad simply wasn't enough to describe what was to come in August of 2005 in the Crescent City.
We are facing a storm that most of us have feared.
Katrina was more than just a hurricane. It was a life-altering event, and the clock was ticking for Narika as a single mother of 5 children. She had to get her family out.
So eventually, after a few calls, I called my sister. I said, we got to go. Mama is saying we got to go. So we linked up together and we decided to ride to Baton Rouge initially. So we went to Baton Rouge, and first of all, it took hours and hours to get there.
Even though it's an hour away from you guys in New Orleans.
Traffic was great. Like, I think it took us like 8 hours, maybe 8 to 10. Got to Baton Rouge. Well, when we got to Baton Rouge, I didn't have a welcome mat from my aunt, one of my favorite aunts, because I had my patient with me. You know, she told me the patient was not my responsibility. She should be with her family. I had my kids and my dogs, and she was kind of rude to my patient, so I didn't stay there. Went over to a cousin. We didn't stay there long. Eventually, we came to Houston because I had a cousin, a long-distance cousin, that said we could come to Houston. So we got on the road, came to Houston. Get to Houston, the cousin is nowhere to be found. There, and then that's how we end up to this.
That is a picture that made the front page of a newspaper. Norika and her family in their vehicle with a defeated and look of desperation. That's after running from the storm, a storm that would eventually take a toll on the mother and sole provider for her family.
I had some money. I had contacted the father of my kids, my ex-husband. I said, look, I have $300. You know, it was really bill money. He was like, go ahead, spend it. I'm gonna give it back. Mind you, we still really thinking, even though we did all that everything is gonna be good. We're going back home in a few days and life will continue. So the money I had to refuel, of course, buy food. And I ended up finding a very cheap motel, not a hotel, a motel in Houston, somewhere on the south side. Got us a room, got us a place. Every day I'm watching the news.
How many days are you in now?
Maybe 3 total, because my money ran out. So when my money ran out, I went downstairs to the lady that owned, and I said, look, you know, I'm from New Orleans. I have these kids. You know, I have my patient. I don't have any more money. I was like, are you hiring? You know, can you give me a job? So she said, no, they weren't hiring. So I'm watching the TV. So I'm seeing that they're accepting people at the Astrodome. I make it to the Astrodome in my van, get to the Astrodome, and he's like, you can't come in. And I'm like, what? Why? You're not on the bus. We're only taking people that are on the bus from New Orleans. So I lost it. I was like, so you mean to tell me because I was responsible, left in my own vehicle, evacuated, spent all my money in Houston, I'm out of money, I can't come in here? So they said no.
You're watching The Isaiah Factor, Uncensored.
And welcome back to the second half hour, The Factor Uncensored, where we have the New Orleans Hustlers Brass Band here on the Fox lot to commemorate the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, where just under 1,400 people died, $125 billion in damages, and the city of New Orleans and parts of Louisiana still recovering today. Also recovering and putting her life back together is Chef Norika, who now calls Houston home, opened a business here. We continue with her story about fitting in to the Texas community.
I make it to the Astrodome in my van, get to the Astrodome, and he's like, you can't come in. And I'm like, what? Why? You're not on the bus. We're only taking people that are on the bus from New Orleans. So I lost it. I was like, so you mean to tell me because I was responsible, left in my own vehicle, evacuated, spent all my money in Houston, I'm out of money, I can't come in here? So they said no. They directed me to, and that was the moment they captured there. That was like one of my lowest moments in life. And I remember my oldest daughter saying, this is not a time for a story. My mama is crying. I didn't even know she knew that there were reporters all around us. Somebody else had came and was trying to give them stuff. But the way I raised my children is to not take anything. And I remember they said, we can't have that. And somebody from New Orleans, I heard her voice, I know she was from New Orleans. She said, it's all right, baby, y'all can take it. Your mama not gonna fuss. Gave the children a lot of snacks. Somebody gave us a flyer for the Star of Hope, which is why I chose Gumbo to Go, actually fed Star of Hope last year. I wanted to give back for Thanksgiving. We went to the Star of Hope. They were serving spaghetti. I fed the children, fed my patient, cleaned them up, And I was just kind of like wondering what we were going to do because everybody's phones weren't working from New Orleans during this time. So we didn't have communication with anybody. I didn't have any money. I didn't have any gas.
Norika finally found a temporary place to stay in Houston with a family she didn't know. However, that photo we showed you earlier on the front page of the newspaper, it would lead to a badly needed lifeline for her.
Not knowing my Aunt Mary in Washington, D.C. was going to hear Norika, my name, an odd name, and contact a cousin here in Houston, Rasha, who I had never met. Say, if that's your cousin, go get him. The phone started working that day too. I got a call. This is Rasha, I'm your cousin. I live in Houston. Where are you? I'm coming to get you. I was on a street called Cavalcade. No, off of Cavalcade on a street called Moody. Gave her the address. She came, got us, brought us to her apartment. She had an apartment on West Timer. And we stayed with her for some weeks. She showed me how to get FEMA assistance. We ended up getting a FEMA apartment, a brand new FEMA apartment on the north side, and started rebuilding my life.
While Norika was well on her way to planting roots in Houston, she could not just forget about home. New Orleans would be changed forever after Katrina. The loss of life, the destruction of homes and property, the demise of the very essence of the city that was once seen as a party and cultural capital of the South.
New Orleans wasn't home anymore because the primary reason that I stayed in Houston at the very beginning, when everybody was going back to what was familiar, and I took the leap to stay here with those children and make it, the reason I stayed is because the schools were closed in New Orleans. There was nowhere for them to go to school. So the children needed to go to school. So that was the first reason that I stayed in Houston. After that, yes, I made a life here. But I had to remind so many people because people would say things like Houston offered New Orleanians opportunity. Opportunity is everywhere. And before Katrina, I owned companies. So wherever I was going to live, I was going to have and create opportunities for myself and my children. It was what I did. My track record shows that.
But settling into Houston wasn't a king cake walk for the New Orleanian. It was during a time when H-Town saw a spike in crime, and people went from opening their arms to the Louisiana evacuees to blaming them for a long list of problems.
They're calling us refugees. I say, I'm not no refugee. I'm a United States citizen, Vietnam veteran.
It wasn't just Katrina that was trying. It was the way we were treated by some Houstonians. I remember the children came home. They had made up a song about them at school. You know, a song teasing and taunting them about living in a Superdome, which my children, thank God, never went through that part of it. And we never got into the Astrodome, as I just told you. But they made up cruel songs about children who had to live in the Superdome and the Astrodome and things like that. And it angered me, not because they made up the songs, but because I knew that them making up the songs was proof of what their parents were saying about New Orleanians.
At this point in your life and being here in Houston, do you let most of that go? The animosity that you felt when you first got here, or do you keep it in your mind but still push on?
I don't keep it forefront in my mind. I try not to harbor negative energy. It's something that happened, it's something that I experienced, but life goes on. I do have a lot of great Houston connections. I have a lot of great memories I've created over the last 20 years. I've overcame a lot, but through it all, I'm still here. I'm still thriving, still grateful, thankful, and still putting that positive energy forward.
However, there's still that longing the chef has for home and family. She says Katrina has done irreparable harm that simply can't be repaired.
The biggest thing that I would say that affected my family from Katrina is that it divided us. The mouths divided us in real life and real time. So we only see each other at funerals and weddings and things like that. In New Orleans, on Sundays, you would get together with family, most of the time go on the lakefront for crawfish, things like that. So for a long time, I did miss all those activities. But I mean, I'm blessed that my parents are still living. My dad went back and rebuilt their home, the home I grew up in, because he said Houston was way too big and it had too many interstates, and I guess it frightened him. My dad's from Mississippi. So he immediately, when the interstates opened and he was able to go back, went back and rebuilt their home. So my sister, I have a sister that's in Atlanta. That's where she evacuated to and stayed and built a life there. And then my baby sister and baby brother are in New Orleans. You know, they got to be close to my mom. So
You're in your next phase of life. You've started another business, food, even though you came from nursing. Now you've transitioned to food, and you've also created a business for your grandson who you love to death.
yes, I have. So Gumbo To Go, the former location in Acres Home, we closed that location May 31st. And now I am building out my own container for Gumbo To Go. I turned 50 this year, and I'm leaning more towards ownership. I don't want to lease spaces anymore, so I'm following my plan, and that's my plan.
And that brings us back here where we started. And what would New Orleans be without a streetcar?
That's what I'm saying. So that vision came to life over here with the Gumbo To Go concept. It's going to be like a St. Charles Avenue streetcar. So we did this side with just Desire Street on the front. And then, you know, typically they do advertisements on the side of the streetcar.
Yeah.
So we advertise Norika, Chef Norika's Taste of New Orleans.
And you're looking at that Cajun Creole cooking. The gumbo is cooking here on the Fox Lot with Tweet's Kitchen. And we'll talk more about the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina coming your way here on The Factor Uncensored. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. We're celebrating 20 years after Katrina here on the Fox Lot, and we have the Hustlers Brass Band from New Orleans here, and we have 504 Kilo, also from New Orleans. You came here after Katrina.
Yes.
What was that experience like for you?
Heartbreaking, scary. It's like if you lose a loved one, you know, if your father died, something like that. So it was very, 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 very traumatic for me. So, you know, being caught down there, we wind up going to actually a hurricane party. Usually it's a tradition in the French quarters. That was the stupidest thing I could have ever did. So went out there to a hurricane party, woke up, water on the ground, you know, and you had to get from the ninth ward to where shelter was and seeing all the...
And was it difficult because of the flooding?
Oh, yes. Some people had to get on jet skis. Actually, it was a boat floating, and we got in the boat, and we had to pedal all the way towards the Superdome.
And an interesting fact is like 40% of the people who died as a result of Katrina died as a result of drowning. Yes. And many of those people elderly. How often do you get back to New Orleans? Do you miss your hometown?
I miss it, but New Orleans ain't the same no more. It's not the New Orleans I grew up in. You know what I'm saying? It's like without the New Orleans I knew, late night, we never closed. A lot of restaurants stayed open. The party life is still party, but not like it used to be. You know, everybody, the vibe is not there. You know, I miss it, but when you go down there, you see how the change is. If you're used to certain things and it's not what you used to, it kind of like dampens it. So, you know, I come back to Houston, you know. I go down there, dip down, party, and then I come back.
Right. And of course, you're going to have a major party here in the city of Houston this weekend for the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. When we come back, we're going to get more about that, some of the vendors, some of the great food you'll have, along with the New Orleans Hustlers Band, brass band that will be out there. And we'll be back with more Factor Uncensored with 504 Kilo when we come back. Stay with us here on the Factor Uncensored. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored for the 20th anniversary of remembering Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans and, of course, Louisiana, the South, devastated. But we're planning a major event this weekend to celebrate here in the city of Houston. We have Shonda Bell with Tweet's Kitchen here. You are an amazing cook. You have some great food. So when we talk about Louisiana cuisine, what makes it special? What makes people keep coming back for your gumbo, for your sweets here?
It's the Cajun taste. Y'all, everybody is known for the New Orleans Cajun taste, and you know, we put our passion and heart. You know, that's what we cook with. So you're going to experience everything soon you get to taste my famous gumbo.
Now, we'd like to see what's in that pot. If you can lift the lid for us and show us what's inside there. And do a little stir. And that's the dark-skinned roux. Yeah, we don't like the light-skinned roux. Which means you know what you're doing, right? So a pot like that takes how long to cook?
Oh my gosh, it takes up to like 4 to 6 hours because you have to really let it simmer, and you have to also let it cool down and collect all those type of flavors. So it takes a while, a long time.
And of course, you'll be at the event this Saturday. Tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, yes, local bar and grill. Yes, I'm gonna be over there. We're gonna be having. Let me put this up.
And she's moving from the pot. You got the candy there, the pralines, as we say in Baton Rouge, pecan candy.
Candy, the peanuts, pecan candies, and we're gonna be New Orleans style. And the brownies with the pralines on there, and the famous gumbo from Tweet's Kitchen.
And it's smelling good. If you could smell how it smells out here, you'd be thoroughly impressed. We'll be back with more Factor Uncensored and the New Orleans Hustlers Brass Band. Stay here with us on the Factor Uncensored. And welcome back to the Factor Uncensored. We're on the Fox Slide, remembering Hurricane Katrina. 20 years later, we have New Orleans in the house. We have out here with us Derek, Harold, and you guys are sponsoring the big celebration in Houston this weekend. Why was it important to play a part?
It's important just to give back to the culture, keep the culture alive, and get people remember where they came from, and don't forget, keep the culture going.
And so when you celebrate in Houston, will you have that New Orleans feel, that New Orleans flavor at this event?
Definitely authentic. No other way but to do it the right way. Definitely authentic.
All right, Harold, crawfish to go in the house.
Best in the city, authentic New Orleans style crawfish. If you know, you know. If you don't, you're going to find out. Hey, good event, good cause. Make sure y'all come out and have a good time. It's going to be a big celebration. Great band, music, entertainment. Hey, we here for the people. Come have a good time. That's all we want you to do.
All right. And 504 Kilo, why was it important to put on an event like this in the city of Houston?
Because New Orleans, we had our pain through fun. So when Katrina hit, it was a lot of people just playing music. When people saw me down on 610 at the FEMA Center, so we just got to give people, everybody can't get back home. So we're going to bring home to them. So, it's August 30th. It's at Locals Bar and Grill, new spot. Man, y'all come on out, and it's free for everybody. It starts at 4 o'clock to 2 in the morning. We got the show lined up. Come on out and have a good time. Get you some food, fun. Your money no good at the door, it's good at the bar.
See, you trying to push it back to New Orleans. I was trying to go past. I know you're thinking about going past 2, but you can't do that here. Don't get caught up, Kilo.
No, 4 to 2. We cut it off at 2. Plenty of free parking, and we do have police. It's in Stanford. Man, everything is organized. And if you ever came to 504 Day, each year we do it. Y'all know it go down.
Now, will it be open to families, full families?
Well, from 4 to 9, you can have kids. It's open to the family, but from 9 to 2, we're going into our club mode. So, come on out and have fun.
Okay, and now you got to take them damn kids home. Can't have them out. All right, Malcolm, you got the New Orleans Hustlers Brass Band. You're also from New Orleans, but you left well before Katrina. You came here to Houston to work for Chevron. Why was it important to keep your friends close in a band like this?
Well, a lot of the guys moved in different places, after Hurricane Katrina. So a year after Hurricane Katrina, a lot of different guys came from different bands. We actually formed a band out here, and we've been doing it for 19 years now. It's still going. So try to bring that New Orleans flavor out here in Houston.
How important is a brass band when you think about New Orleans?
It's one of the main cultures, saying? Like, Mardi Gras Indians, brass band, the food, all that's part of the New Orleans culture.
And when you guys get together, what is that like? Also, on this special occasion, 20 years after Katrina.
It's a beautiful thing, like I said, come to see friends, stuff like that, coming together, and you just to celebrate how far we've came, from that time on.
Absolutely. And of course, it's New Orleans Hustlers Brass Band with Malcolm there. Before we go and leave you with the brass band, we want to remind you, you can get all of these segments, watch them again on the Isaiah Factor YouTube page. Check out the brand new Isaiah Factor YouTube page where you can catch many of the segments here on The Factor Uncensored. And of course, you can catch us on social media and on Fox Soul. And we'll leave you. You ready to take over, Malcolm? The New Orleans Hustlers Brass Band. Kick it away, guys.
So that was that. Now we're going to hear from one of the founders of the Black Panthers party out of New Orleans 20 years later. And then we're going to get into how the funding for FEMA has been cut. So the people there are going to be in for it if there's another disaster of this magnitude again. And as you can clearly see, this was an act of racism, white supremacy. The way the Black FBA, the FBA residents were treated during that natural disaster. And 20 years later, ain't much changed.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Narmeen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in Telluride, Colorado. This week marks the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, the 2005 storm that devastated the Gulf Coast, killing more than 1,800 people. Evacuate.
Rest of the hour looking back at Hurricane Katrina and at where New Orleans is today. We'll speak with Malik Rahim, founder of Common Ground Relief, as well as journalist Jordan Flaherty. But first, we go back to some of our coverage of Katrina from 20 years ago as we went back and forth to New Orleans. It begins with then New Orleans Mayor Ray Nagin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I had better news for you, but we are facing a storm that most of us have feared. Every person is hereby ordered to immediately evacuate the city of New Orleans, or if no other alternative is available, to immediately move to one of the facilities within the city that will be designated as a refuge of last resort.
New Orleans and the Gulf Coast region remain in a state of catastrophe following the devastating Hurricane Katrina. At least 80% of New Orleans is underwater. The city has no electricity and little drinkable water. Officials say New Orleans will be uninhabitable for weeks. On Tuesday, 2 levees broke, flooding areas of the city that appeared to survive the storm.
This is a national disaster. Get every doggone Greyhound bus line in the country and get their asses moving to New Orleans. That's they thinking small, man, and this is a major, major, major deal.
Talking about tens of thousands of people who are left behind, and those are the sickest, the oldest, poorest, the youngest, the people with disabilities and the like. And the plan was that everybody should leave. Well, you can't leave if you're in a hospital. You can't leave if you're a nurse. You can't leave if you're a patient. You can't leave if you're in a nursing home. You can't leave if you don't have a card.
There are throngs of people, easily in the tens of thousands, maybe 40 to 50,000 people, in my estimation, standing on this plaza, trying to get to a very narrow area where they're being escorted to the buses. I haven't seen one bus leave yet.
It's been 6 and 8 months. The people just walking past us.
No food, no water, no nothing. Whatever we had, we've been taking it. That's the only way we could survive.
They got the food right here. Let me show you right here. Oh, look, right here. Look. They won't give us the nuts. Look, gate right there. Look, they won't give us nuts. We ain't drinking no ice water, nothing. It's not about low income. It's not about rich people, poor people. It's about people. Nobody wants to hurt anybody in this city. Nobody wants to hurt these people who have these businesses. They want a little air and a little food and water, for God's sake. That's it.
There's nobody in charge. The National Guard is the police. There is nobody. Somebody needs to come take charge and put organization and get these people to safety, to get them clothes, the basic things that they need to live from day to day.
Well, we've been people being killed down here. People, some of their bodies were just lying out in the street. They were shooting each other. The military was shooting. One of my neighbors said the military guy shot at him. So that's what made me not want to come down here.
Federal relief officials have played almost no role. The head of FEMA, Michael Brown, admitted on CNN last night his agency didn't even know that thousands of hungry refugees were inside the convention center. Residents continue to break into stores in search of everything from food and water to guns to luxury items.
Nobody here but us, and we just got to look out for one another. All your politicians, they want to get on TV, talking about they're feeding this person, feeding that person. We ain't seen nothing over there yet.
The White House announced it would have zero tolerance for looters, even for those taking essential items needed to stay alive.
Well, I want zero tolerance for that kind of language being used by leaders of our government to discuss poor people, poor Black people who are trying to survive under the most desperate, insane circumstances. I want zero tolerance for thousands of our troops being sent to Iraq when we need them here.
I hate the way they portray us in the media. If you see a Black family, it says they're looting. See a white family, it says they're looking for food. George Bush doesn't care about Black people.
In Biloxi, Mississippi, the first federal aid arrived only yesterday, 3 full days after the storm wiped out entire sections of the city. In smaller towns in Mississippi, help has still not arrived.
We left for the hurricane and came back Monday night hoping that we could help some people because, I don't know, looking at the response to this storm, particularly initially, there wasn't a lot of outside help. So we decided that really it was up to the people of Jefferson Parish to take the parish back.
What I saw from the federal government was a grand total of 3 boats, Border Patrol agents on 3 boats, 2 airboats and 1 flat-bottom boat. And I saw far more of a response from citizens who had just taken it upon themselves to go and pluck people out of their homes. And they plucked about a dozen out on Saturday.
We don't have any government response here. Everything that's taken place is taken place by volunteers and citizens in the area. Why aren't there 50 inflatable boats in the water working a grid, making sure all these people are out of here? Why is it just volunteer people you see around?
FEMA Director Mike Brown is in charge of all federal response and recovery efforts in the field. And Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job.
Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi has called for your resignation, and I'm wondering if you have a response to that.
The president's in charge of that, not me.
Well, right at the top, you have Michael Brown, and as you mentioned, he was the commissioner of judges at the International Arabian Horse Association. To give you an idea of what he did there, he spent a year investigating whether a breeder performed liposuction on a horse's rear end.
This is an attempt by some in this room to engage in finger pointing and blame game, and I'm just not going to do that. I've made it very clear. And the president spoke about him last week, and his comments stand in terms of what he said about the great work that they've been doing round the clock, 24 hours a day, to help people on the ground.
Excerpts of Democracy Now!'s coverage of Hurricane Katrina 20 years ago. That last speaker was Scott McClellan, who served as spokesperson for then-President George W. Bush. The massive storm struck the Gulf Coast on August 29, 2005. Democracy Now! Soon went down to report from the streets of New Orleans.
One person we interviewed in the neighborhood of Algiers was Malik Rahim, co-founder of the Common Ground Collective. On September 10th, 2005, we aired this report. When Malik took us around the corner from a community health center, he showed us how a corpse still remained on the street. It had been neglected since Hurricane Katrina hit. We asked soldiers and police why the corpse had not been picked up.
Basically smell it from right here. You know, and the police, they pass by, they'll look at it. And but they ain't gonna do nothing, you know, to pick it up.
Malik then walked us down the driveway next to the health center and lifted up a sheet of corrugated metal marked with an X, revealing the dead body underneath.
Now his body been here for almost 2 weeks. 2 weeks tomorrow. All right, that this man body been laying here. And there's no reason for it. Look where we at. I mean, it's not flooded. There's no reason for them to be and left that body right here like this. I mean, that's just totally disrespect. You know, and I mean, 2 weeks. Every day we ask them about come and pick it up. And they refuse to come and pick it up. And you can see it's literally decomposing right here, right out in the sun. Every day we sit up and we ask them about it. Because, I mean, this is closest you could get to tropical climate in America. And they won't do anything with it.
Malik, do you know who this person is?
No. But regardless of who it is, I wouldn't care if it's Saddam Hussein. Or bin Laden. Nobody deserves to be left here. And the kids pass by here and they're seeing it. I mean, the elderly, this is what frightened a lot of people into leaving. We don't know if he's a victim of vigilantes or what, but that's all we know is that his body had been allowed to remain out here for over 2 weeks.
We're standing right outside the health clinic. Its doors are chained. The building is not seriously damaged. No. Have you reached people there? What authorities have you talked to pick up this body?
We're going to talk to everyone from the Army to the New Orleans police to the state troopers to, I mean, we're going to talk to everybody who we can. I even talked to Oliver Thomas, who was the councilman at large yesterday, about this body. He said he was surprised to see that this body is still there. But it's 2 weeks. 2 weeks that this man been just laying here.
As Malik Rahim was speaking, as if on cue, every level of authority he mentioned drove by.
There's a dead body right here. Who are you with?
We're with Bravo 15.
Which is?
The CAV.
Army.
Army, yes, regular Army.
There's a dead body right here. Can you guys pick it up?
I don't think we can pick it up, but we can call the local authorities to come and pick it up.
This gentleman who lives in the neighborhood said that they have been trying to get... Here, let me ask these guys too. Excuse me. Hi, there's a dead body right here. Can Louisiana State Troopers, can you pick it up?
You need to talk to our public information officer, ma'am.
It's been here for 2 weeks. We filmed it last week, and the gentleman over here said he's been trying to get it picked up for 2 weeks, and Louisiana State Troopers, the police, the Army, no one has responded. We're looking right over at it right there.
You need to talk to our public information officer and contact them at the troop.
Your name is?
You need to talk to our public information officer.
Do you know about the body?
You need to talk to our public information officer.
Sir, do you know about the body over there?
Ma'am, you talk with our public information officer.
Do you know what they should do to get this body removed?
I have no idea. I can't tell you. I don't know. There's been several people over here looking at it.
That was Homeland Security that just went by. Sir, what you're saying?
There's been several people over here looking at it, but like I said, I haven't seen anybody take it.
Several Army guys?
Army. I've seen police over here looking at it. Seen ambulances looking at it. That's about it.
To our knowledge, the body was never identified. Malik Rahim is the co-founder of the Common Ground Collective, which helped bring thousands of people from all over the world to help rebuild New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. He was also one of the founders of the New Orleans chapter of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. In 2008, he was a congressional candidate for the Green Party. He's joined us over the years since then. I recently went back to New Orleans and interviewed Malik Rahim again. Malik, we are sitting here at the Memorial Convention Center, where 20 years ago, thousands of people were taking refuge from Hurricane Katrina. Your thoughts on what happened back then and the lessons for today?
Well, I would have to first, I have to thank you for this time. When I think of what happened, not only here, I have to also think about what was happening in Algiers. And I have to think of the role that you in democracy now played at that time. Most mainstream media was sold on the big lie that this city had resorted to anarchy, that it was taken over by thugs, and there was looting, there was murder, there was rapes that was going on. And that now, 20 years later, we know that all this was false. But it was an excuse. It was an excuse in order to rid the city out of people that was no longer tolerated. It was a difference between those who seek safety at the Superdome than those who seek safety here. Because the ones at the Superdome was there seeking safety from Hurricane Katrina. But those that was here, those that was the tens of thousands that was stuck up in this building, wasn't as cool as it is now. Didn't have any air. But they was fleeing a flood, a known flood. They was fleeing hurricane corruption, hurricane racism. That's the hurricane that they was fleeing for. And they wasn't able to bring supplies with them. Most people, when that flood came, that's all they had was the clothes on their back. And then they had to wear these polluted clothes because the water was polluted. The water was toxic. And they had to wear this for days. So I think about the condition of those that was trapped here, and especially the children. As an elder, I can understand, but because I'm in the twilight of my life. I'm 70. I'll be 78 in December, so I'm in the twilight of my life. But to see children trapped up in here and dying needlessly.
Remind me, this was George W. Bush's presidency. He had appointed as the head of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency,
Michael Brown, who was his specialty was Arabian horses. He was more concerned about the size of his cuffs on his elbows to show that he had rolled up his sleeves. And Bush said to him, what was his congratulatory message to Brown?
I can't remember what the Bush.
Heck of a job, Brownie.
Yeah, something like that.
And what about when the FEMA head Brown was asked about the people here at the convention center?
Well, he didn't know they was here.
He said, I don't even know that they're here.
He ran his operation from Baton Rouge. So everything that he was seeing was secondhand. Everything that he was saying was secondhand. He wasn't here. He was in living a life of luxury in Baton Rouge while people here was dying. You know, so again, it shows what we went through then. But ain't it the sad part about it? It could happen today. Deja vu is alive and well here. Because if a hurricane would happen right now, we are ill prepared for it the same way we was ill prepared 20 years ago.
That's Malik Rahim just a few weeks ago, sitting with me in the convention center in New Orleans, where so many thousands took refuge from Hurricane Katrina. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
So this next one's about the racism that's they're still experiencing in New Orleans 20 years later. Racism, white supremacy to be exact. That's the only form of racism. Here we go.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in Telluride, Colorado. We're continuing our coverage of the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, the 2005 storm that devastated the Gulf Coast, killing more than 1,800 people and forcing over 1 million people to evacuate.
We're joined now in New Orleans by independent journalist Jordan Flaherty, who was in New Orleans when the hurricane hit, returned to the city soon after, being evacuated to help with relief efforts and to report on what was happening in the streets, particularly to the poor Black communities that were most affected by the hurricane. He's won awards for his reporting on people left behind in the New Orleans City Jail after the hurricane, and is the author of Floodlines, Community and Resistance from Katrina to the Gina 6. He's joined us many times over the years. I was just with you, Jordan, in New Orleans at Netroots Nation, where you moderate a panel on Hurricane Katrina 20 years later. Can you speak now about the aftermath? Talk about what was happening then, from the complete lack of FEMA preparedness or the city's preparedness to climate change, to what happened to this population where more than, well, close to 2,000 people died and 100,000 were evacuated.
Thank you, Amy. And sitting here in this chair, I think about all the people that aren't in this chair. As you say, the people that were displaced, the people that were killed. New Orleans right now has a population of about 360,000. Pre-Katrina, it was about 480,000. And most of that is Black residents. The city has about 120,000 fewer Black residents than it did pre-Katrina. And that period right after the storm, it feels a lot like right now, the way right now we're feeling attacks on everything, on democracy, on the social safety net. That's how it felt after Katrina. We're facing the issues people face everywhere: housing, education, criminal justice, but it was like on hyperspeed. Overnight, you had 80% of the city's housing, unlivable. You had the entire public housing infrastructure shut down. Almost all the public housing was shut down, even that it was undamaged. You had our free city hospital was closed down. The entire staff of the school system was fired overnight. 7,500 teachers, the largest union in the city, that union representing the teachers, ceased to be recognized. The schools were moved from control of the school board, so under electoral control, to a mostly charter system. You had the governor say, I'm sending in National Guard troops. They're locked and loaded. They've been trained to shoot to kill, and I expect they will. And the voices of especially Black New Orleanians were not heard. I know that you've lifted up voices like Norris Henderson, Monique Harden, Tracy Washington, Sonny Patterson, people that were on the front lines of this struggle, artists, organizers, scholars, incredible landscape of people fighting for the city. People won real victories in that struggle. And, it's hard living in the city, but I've learned so much from the grassroots organizers on the front line that were fighting for justice for this city.
And Jordan, could you talk about what happened with the the federal funding that was given to New Orleans in the aftermath of Katrina, more than $140 billion, which is the largest post-disaster domestic recovery effort in U.S. history. What happened to that funding?
It felt in that period as if like the sky was filled with money. As you say, all this money that came from the government and also from people that were donating. It was like it flew over our heads and then got redirected. So we didn't actually get to, the people most in need didn't actually receive it. So much of that money went to the Bush cronies like Kellogg, Brown and Root and Halliburton. Of the 25 nonprofits that received the most money for Gulf Coast aid, half of them were based outside of the Gulf Coast. There was all of people giving money, the government giving money. If you look at the Louisiana Road Home Program, which was state administered and federally funded, one of the biggest sources of funding, it just went to homeowners, which were certainly in need, but what about renters? What about the homeless? And even among homeowners, white homeowners got 35% more aid on average than Black homeowners. So the people most in need, the people that were most highly victimized, the neighborhoods that were most in need received the least aid. And much of that aid that was allocated, it took years to come through, some of it through mismanagement, other reasons. Some of that money still has not come.
The criminalization of storm survivors. On the one hand, they're left to drown. 1,800 people died in Hurricane Katrina. When did the federal authorities come out? How were the people who were so desperate, as thousands went into the convention center, into the Superdome, how were they seen? We just saw excerpts of our coverage where people were talking about Black people described as looters, white people described as desperately trying to find food for their families. The National Guard coming out, being told to shoot to kill. Describe that whole scene, including the Danziger Bridge, that famous incident attack by police.
Danziger Bridge, it's hard to even talk about. These police came rolling up to a group of unarmed civilians. We found out later that the police thought that they were coming onto another scene, and they just started shooting to kill. James Brissett, 17 years old, killed by police. Ronald Madison, mentally challenged man, killed. Others that were there wounded. The police just went up, open fire. And it was years before that story was even told by most of the media. It was mostly ignored. And when it was ignored, and when it wasn't ignored, they just told the police's end of the story. It was finally in 2008 that we really had some federal investigations of police violence in that period after the storm. But for years, our media failed to investigate. And historically, New Orleans media has failed to investigate issues in the Black community, issues of police violence. New Orleans Times-Picayune, what was once a daily paper here, did not cover these stories, did not care about these stories. We saw it over and over and over again. Many of the people working in that paper were closer to police than they were to community members. One photographer testified that he knew things about police behavior that he didn't report at the time. They did not do their responsibility to tell the story. And as I said before, the voices of Black New Orleanians were not heard. The people who created the culture that we feel in this whole world, the music of New Orleans, the culture, they're still living here. Their voices are not heard. People are working for minimum wage jobs or less. They are living in a city with poor infrastructure. You know that if you live here, you will live in an amazing place, but also you will probably die sooner. You'll probably make less money. You'll probably have less educational opportunities. Several years ago, it was reported that one of the zip codes in New Orleans had a life expectancy of 55 years. We live right near Cancer Alley, where the chemical processing plants cause high cancer rates, especially in that area, and also right near here. Those same oil and gas companies are responsible for coastal erosion. We're losing, for years it's been estimated, about a football field of land every 45 minutes, this coastal erosion, much of that caused by the oil and gas pipelines that bring the salt water into the freshwater marshes. That makes us more vulnerable to hurricanes. Of course, climate change makes us more vulnerable. And this current administration is doing everything to make us more vulnerable, including, as you've recently reported, gutting FEMA once again.
And talk about the significance of that, Jordan. I mean, as Malik Rahim, who Amy Goodman spoke to, as he said, and you've just repeated, that something like Katrina could happen very easily again. And specifically these cuts to FEMA, because poor climate vulnerable states like Louisiana received the most direct assistance from FEMA between January 2015, that is, so almost 10 years after Hurricane Katrina, between January 2015 and April 2024. So what will this mean for the city and for the state?
It's devastating. It's devastating. The support for the oil and gas industry, the heightened climate change, hurricanes getting bigger, hurricanes getting stronger, less land to protect us in the city, less infrastructure to support us, less of a social safety net, less medical, a huge increase in policing. You know, one of the victories that organizers won here after Hurricane Katrina was shrinking the size of the city jail, was getting federal oversight over the police department, also an independent police monitor, federal oversight over the jail. All of those kind of things are going out the window. Our new governor is pushing to undo decades of reform of policing, of the prison industrial complex in the state. More people getting locked up, more people being criminalized, less ways to afford to live in this city, in this country.
Jordan, before we go, I'm just interrupting because we have less than a minute. Talk about the prisoners, people held in the parish jails, what they faced at that time, often just awaiting trial, stuck in the dark, in the filth.
Right. We're talking about many people who had just been arrested a day or two before for some minor charge like public drunkenness. The city jail before Katrina was the largest city jail in the country, 7,000 people being held there. The New Orleans police were arresting 60,000 people every year. That's in a city of less than 500,000 people. Do the math on that. You had 95% of those arrested were arrested for nonviolent offenses. When the floodwaters were rising, people were left to die. When they finally were rescued, they were shipped to maximum security prisons around the state, like Angola State Prison. Many people were lost in the system for months. I remember nearly a year later, advocates found a woman who had been lost in the system. She didn't even know why she'd been arrested.
Jordan, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there, but we will continue covering the 20-year anniversary of Hurricane Hurricane Katrina tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us, Jordan Flaherty, New Orleans-based independent journalist.
On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
All right, I got one more for y'all on Katrina.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. FEMA is suspending over 24 staff members who were among those who signed a letter criticizing the Trump administration. The letter came just days before this 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, which devastated New Orleans and what was one of the costliest, deadliest hurricanes in U.S. history. More than 180 current and former FEMA workers signed the letter titled the Katrina Declaration. As the letter notes, the current acting FEMA head, David Richardson, has no experience managing natural disasters. He made headlines in June for reportedly telling FEMA staff during a briefing he didn't know the U.S. has a hurricane season. Richardson was also nowhere to be found after the deadly flash flood in Texas in July. We go now to Jeremy Edwards, former spokesperson for FEMA, who signed the letter. He's also a former spokesperson for the Biden White House. He's now a senior communications advisor at the Century Foundation. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Jeremy Edwards. It's great to have you with us. Can you explain what the Katrina Declaration is? Well over 100 people signed it, some anonymously, some named, some formerly at FEMA like you, and some working at FEMA. Those people apparently have been suspended who were named who signed the letter.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here. You know, I would call this letter to Congress, unfortunately, a cry for help. The agency has been badly damaged by this administration. They've fired 1/3 of the permanent workforce. They've cut trainings. They've installed a person at the top of the agency, as you pointed out in your opening, has no experience. The Secretary of Homeland Security is taking the unnecessary step and overly burdensome step of requiring her personal sign-off on mission assignments, contracts, grants that are above $100,000, which is slowing down operations and leading to delays in getting assistance where it needs to go. So this letter represents, like I said earlier, a cry for help, trying to get Congress's attention to do something about this before we make the mistakes that we made that led to the disaster that was Hurricane Katrina.
And I wanted to ask you how important is the policy oversight and support of FEMA? We have not only the example of what happened 20 years ago with Hurricane Katrina, but even closer to President Trump, we have what happened in FEMA's response to Hurricane Maria when he was president in 2017, the president famously going down to Puerto Rico and throwing paper towels at the victims of Hurricane Maria. Talk about how important it is to have that White House support for this agency.
You know, it's absolutely critical. We've seen what happens when there are people in charge who don't take the agency's mission seriously. We saw that in Katrina, as you pointed out, during the response to Hurricane Maria, we saw that as well. And unfortunately, we saw that most recently in the federal government's response to what happened in Texas. You know, you remember that during the Texas disaster, the Texas floods there, because of Secretary Kristi Noem's overly burdensome requirement to personally sign off on contracts that are over $100,000, there was a delay in getting urban search and rescue teams to the area. Now, typically, it would take about 6 hours to move those people where they need to go, but because of her actions to personally sign off on these types of mission assignments, they didn't arrive until 72 hours late. Now, the administration will contend that, well, actually, they got there in 24 hours. But again, when you're dealing with these types of movements and these types of operations, every second counts. So every minute, every hour that you are running late to get there is an hour that you could have been in the water helping to find survivors.
And could you talk about the response to this letter and the attempts to silence FEMA employees?
Yeah, unfortunately, these responses are not surprising. We saw the same thing when brave people over at EPA stood up to the moves being made by this administration to silence them, putting people on administrative leave. Unfortunately, many of my colleagues, many of my brave colleagues from FEMA have also been placed on administrative leave. I just want to say thank you to them for standing up, knowing that this type of thing could have happened. And I think another thing I want to point out to your listeners and to your viewers is how this represents the opposite of government efficiency that this administration claims is trying to take. At EPA, they put those people on administrative leave. That means they're still getting paid by the federal government. And then they delayed that administrative leave for They extended that administrative leave 3 separate times. Again, at FEMA, we're seeing the same exact thing. They've placed these workers on administrative leave, which means they're still going to continue to be paid, but not be able to do the work that they're supposed to be doing on behalf of the American people. And I think I'd also add, in that same vein of government efficiency, of those 2,000 employees that have either taken the fork in the road or been laid off, many of them have also been placed on administrative leave. So the federal government is in effect paying people to not do their job. And that is a huge waste of government resources, especially when you consider a lot of these people had decades of experience leading the agency.
We saw the same thing happen when EPA employees signed a letter and they were put on leave. Jeremy Edwards, before we end, I wanted to ask you about the climate deniers within the administration. This, after all, is FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency that deals with natural disasters that are not necessarily natural, but actually man-made when it comes to issues like climate change.
Yeah, I think what I would say is that it doesn't really matter whether or not you want to believe in climate change or think that it is real. The effects are happening. We are seeing more intense disasters. They're happening more frequently. And this administration can choose to bury its head in the sand, but that will not stop the devastation and catastrophic events from happening. The one thing I will add is that this administration has basically put a pause on programs like building resilient infrastructure in communities. That is mitigation funding that represents millions of dollars that are going to communities to help them build resilience to these types of disasters. And every dollar that is spent in resilience saves about $6 for these communities. So it's also a good economic investment. Also concerning is that the president has stopped authorizing the use of hazard mitigation grant program funding. This was funding that was given to communities who had just experienced disasters that allowed them to use a percentage of those funds to build resilience. So again, I don't really care. It doesn't really matter whether or not you believe in climate change. We can all agree that these storms are happening more frequently. The effects are becoming more severe. And whatever you want to call it, it's happening, and we need to acknowledge it and help these communities prepare.
And now you have FEMA being used, preparing to send $608 million to states to construct immigrant jails as part of the push to expand capacity for detainees. We just have 10 seconds, but FEMA's role in this, Jeremy.
I think FEMA's mission is very clear: to help people before, during, and after disaster. And any single dollar that isn't being spent to help people with that mission is a failure to the American people. That money should not be going to build immigration detention centers. They should not be sending FEMA personnel, which they are doing, to help onboard new ICE agents.
We have to leave it there. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the...
Thank you, Democracy Now! For covering this. So yeah, 20 years since Katrina, and lessons learned. Racism and white supremacy is still in effect. The reason why the FBA people of New Orleans were stranded there for weeks at a time in that water because it was black, and Ain't nothing changed but the year. Like I said, I've been down to New Orleans. It was still effed up the last time I was there. From what people have told me that have recently went back, within the last 5-6 years, it's still toe up. So yeah, thoughts and prayers go to all those that lost their lives, lost their friends and family during that natural disaster. Said 1,800 people died. That's just what they were able to capture. It's probably even more than that. This was an utter failure at both the state, city, and federal level. And I agree with Kanye. George Bush don't care about black people, and neither does Trump. Neither does any president for that matter. But yeah, shout out to you for that. Yeah, so moving along. As y'all know, the dump has deployed the National Guard to Washington, D.C., and now there's rumors that he's going to go to Chicago next. So I'm going to play that next. Will the National Guard be deployed to Chicago after Labor Day? It's one of Tariq's Twitter spaces. Oh, no, actually, it's one of Lisa's video, sorry. And then the one after that is Tariq's Twitter space, and then I'll probably end it there because I've been on this for too long.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, y'all, I do have an announcement. There is some technical problems going on with the coupon code over at Etsy. So what I'm going to do, I'm still waiting to hear back from them as well, as the different federal agencies plus the National Guard will be patrolling the streets over in Chicago. Thank you, Monica Gregory, for the super sticker. So, talking about going to more cities, even after Chicago. So let me go ahead and share my screen and we will get started. Right, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you. Okay.
It is a priority of this administration to ensure that American cities are safe again. And I'm so glad that you brought up the crime in Chicago, because we've been seeing the governor of Illinois parading out there saying that there's nothing wrong with Chicago. It's a great place to live. There's no crime there. He doesn't need President Trump's help. Well, I think the residents of Chicago beg to differ, and the statistics beg to differ. And I'll just share a few of those statistics with all of you. For 13 consecutive years, Chicago has had the most murders of any U.S. city. This is J.B. Pritzker's legacy, by the way. For 7 consecutive years, Chicago has had the highest murder rate among U.S. cities with more than 1 million people. In 2024, just last year, Chicago's murder rate per capita was 3 times higher than Los Angeles and nearly 5 times higher than New York City. That's more than double the murder rate in Islamabad and nearly 15 times more than Delhi. Out of Chicago's 147,899 reported crimes this year, that's how many crimes have been reported in Chicago since January 1st. There have only been arrests in 16% of them. These numbers are unacceptable.
What's going on, guys? It's me, Jeremy. August 22nd, 2025, guys. So we had a lot go on today. I think the biggest news was the Chicago comments by Trump that's going to be the next target. A lot of people were wondering, LA, Chicago, New York. It's coming to my state. I'm in Illinois. I'm way south. I'm not anywhere near Chicago, so I'm not trying to connect myself to Chicago. I do have a friend that's on their way to Chicago this weekend. She literally just left her house and she's like, yeah, I'm on my way to Chicago for the weekend. I was like, ooh, with her little toddler there. So I didn't really want to even bring it up. I just told her to be safe and wished her well. But for all the people that are going to be in Chicago, these music festivals, I'm going to remind everyone, it's not the play. It's not the play, especially when Pete Hegseth comes out and says the National Guard can now start carrying weapons, live ammo weapons. They're setting the stage. They want to entice a reaction. They want you to fire the first, or at least be the reason that the first shot is fired, so they can justify steamrolling the rest of the agenda. They're trying to. It's the poking the bear. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're poking. They're poking the bear. They're poking you, edging you, as the kids say. Don't fall for it. This is why I say don't go to the music festivals. It's not. Don't even put yourself in a position to allow your emotional response to lead to any kind of progression for them. Don't do it. You want to be coming together with other people right now. You want to be holding events and you want to be exchanging your skill set information. 144 on the clock. You know. That's what you want to be doing right now, guys. You want to be presenting yourself. What skills do you have? Are you willing to relocate? What areas are you familiar with? That's what you need to be doing. You need to be building tribe and community. Okay? Come up with your own stable coin like Wyoming just did, like Trump and all these other people. See, they haven't let you in on the big secret. The whole world's for sale right now. You can create your own kingdom. The whole world's for sale. The gig is up. The fiat gig is up. The spell is up. They want you to think that you are at a loss right now because they got you confused and distracted. But this right now is reclaiming ownership over the land. Not, you don't own the land, but you know what I'm saying. Like custodianship, reclaiming custodianship, right? Taking back sovereign responsibilities, taking back generational wealth. Okay? Taking back your land. Everything's for sale right now. Look at all the different Trump, everyone, companies, banks, meme coins. Everyone's creating their own. You can create your own currency right now. You can create and you can build your own tribe and your own community. And I trust the universe will protect that if you come together and you claim. This is how it works, guys. This is how it works. Why do you think tribes are always protected? Like they don't ever get sucked into the matrix, right? They get affected a little bit, but like, they stay on the islands and they stay in there because they stay protected by their energy. They stay true to themselves and their identity. Just something to think about, guys. So while everyone's getting all hyped up, getting ready to go protest in Chicago, don't give them a reason, guys. And don't be tough about it. Don't fall for this is the only way. Okay? Maybe if you show that you don't need the system for a little while, detox from it, take some sacrifice, you'll show the Most High you're ready, and the Most High will come in and swipe it all away, bringing that heaven on earth, that new Jerusalem. But you're going to have to walk away. You have to show that you don't need junk food, that you don't need the social media, that you don't need the distractions, right? That you can live simple, that you can go without for a little while. Book of Job. That's where you're at now. Book of Job, guys. Anyway, I'm getting off topic here. I'm rambling. Chicago, watch your back. That's all I'm saying. Watch your back. Come together and walk away instead of, take on the system, because that's a battle you're not going to win. You never have. It's cyclical. History repeats itself. The empire always just reshapes, reforms, rebrands, and pops right back up. And you didn't even know that they won the whole time.
Did you know ICE asks for access to Chicago Navy base to assist operations, according to the Washington Post? The Trump administration wants to use a Navy base north of Chicago as a launch pad for federal law enforcement activity against undocumented immigration, defense officials said on Tuesday, in case you missed it.
So the government is threatening to send the National Guards to Chicago. And I feel conflicted about it. And the reason why I feel conflicted about it is because, once again, everyone is looking for law enforcement, political figures, school teachers, etc., to handle the problems that Chicago is encountering. Majority of the problems that Chicago is encountering are these young people running around acting like goddamn animals. They acting like maniacs. And you know why? Due to lack of parenting. Yes, lack of structure. So if you're going to send the National Guards in, send the National Guards to the goddamn homes, to the parents. Hold the parents accountable. I don't know, lock them up. Charge them. Start making them pay fines. I don't know. I don't have the solution. But I really don't think that the National Guards are the solution. I don't think the Chicago police are the solution. The Chicago police officers want to go home just like we want to go home every day. They want to feel safe as well. They are here to serve and protect us. That's what they're supposed to do. They're not here to raise your children. They're not here to do that. And the National Guards are not supposed to do that. National Guards are trained for combat. They're trained for war. They're not trained for handling no young person. These YNs out here acting like goddamn fools. The parents are supposed to do that. So if we want to start doing something, let's hold these parents accountable. You got some shitty ass parents out here. You can't tell me that you don't know that John bringing guns in your house. You can't tell me that you don't know that he's smoking weed in your house. You can't tell me that you so oblivious that you don't realize he's out in the streets 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and he's 13, 14 years old. No. It starts in the household. I have clients who are school teachers, clients who are Chicago police officers. They are all saying the things that they encounter with these parents. These parents suck. Parents your goddamn children. So if you're going to bring the National Guards in, find a way to hold these parents accountable. Find a way to go after their asses. That's all I'm saying. Because I don't think bringing the National Guards in is going to stop crime. I don't. Unless you really tackle the problem. The problem are these fucked up parents.
Mr. President, do not come to Chicago. As I've said many times in the past, members of the National Guard are not trained to serve as law enforcement. They are trained for the battlefield, and they're good at it. They're not trained to arrest people and read them their Miranda rights. They did not sign up for the National Guard to fight crime. And when we call them into service, we are reaching into local communities and taking people who have jobs and families away from their neighborhoods and the people who rely upon them. It is insulting to their integrity and to the extraordinary sacrifices that they make to serve in the Guard, to use them as a political prop. If Donald Trump was actually serious about fighting crime in cities like Chicago, he, along with his congressional Republicans, would not be cutting over $800 million in public safety and crime prevention grants nationally, including cutting $158 million in funding to Illinois for violence prevention programs that deploy trained outreach workers to de-escalate conflict on our streets. Cutting $71 million in law enforcement grants to Illinois, direct money for police departments through programs like Project Safe Neighborhoods, the state and local anti-terrorism training program, and the Rural Violent Crime Reduction Initiative. Cutting $137 million in child protection measures in Illinois that protect our kids against abuse and neglect. Trump is defunding the police.
As the mayor of this city, I can tell you that Chicagoans are not calling for a military occupation. They are calling for the same thing that we've been calling for some time, and that's investment. What safe cities across America all have in common, they invest in people, and that's what we're doing in Chicago. We need the federal resources to make sure that we're building more affordable housing, expanding mental and behavioral health care, education, all of these things that could reduce crime and provide real community safety. Instead of spending hundreds of millions of dollars for a publicity stunt to invoke chaos and terror, the federal government should spend that money on proven solutions to crime and violence reduction.
The Trump administration wants to use the Navy base north of Chicago as a launchpad for federal law enforcement activity against undocumented immigration. And this comes after the White House contemplates also deploying thousands of U.S. troops to Chicago amid rising tensions between the Illinois governor. The base, a hub for recruit training, would provide facilities, infrastructure, and other logistical needs if the request is granted. So far, no decision to approve access has been made, as that responsibility lies with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. And considering he's already approved the use of other military bases to build detention facilities, I foresee him approving this too. Overall, I'm not happy about the federal government expanding their power like this. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments. As always, follow for more. Share the news. Pause and Captain. Out.
So Trump wants to send the National Guard to the city near you as a domestic police force. First, he did it in LA, and the locals did not like that, so they protested. Now he's doing it in DC, and once again, the locals are protesting. And now he's saying Chicago's next.
And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats.
I think I speak for everybody, west side, south side, north side, over east, downtown. Nobody wants you here, Trump. Now, how do I know that? I stay in Chicago, and I was invited to Governor Pritzker's press conference, and I think he speaks for everyone when he says,
Mr. President, do not come to Chicago. You are neither wanted here nor needed here.
Now, why would Trump not listen to the governors of these states and violate the 10th Amendment right for them to govern their citizens themselves? Like, school just got back into session. Nobody wants to see a tank when they're taking their children to school. I don't think that makes anyone really feel safe. It's because LA, DC, and Chicago are all sanctuary cities, meaning they don't cooperate with the federal law enforcement, such as ICE. And that means local officials will not be helping ICE abduct people off the street in broad daylight. So now we know he's targeting immigrant sanctuaries and his political enemies who don't agree with him, which seems really, really fascist. And he's ignoring that the cities with the highest homicide rates are actually in red states. 13 out of 20 are actually in Republican-based states. Honestly, he's not looking out for Americans. He just wants more control. He's shipping people to concentration camps in Florida and El Salvador without any due process. And he's getting too inspired by his friend Kim Jong-un here. Putting your face on giant banners. Yeah, that looks really familiar. Throwing military parades for your birthday. Using the FBI to raid the house of your former advisor who now criticizes you. And now he's saying that Americans want a dictator. Could he be any more obvious? My fellow Americans, let me be clear. We've got to face the facts. This man is trying to be a dictator. And democracy dies if we do nothing to support it. So if anything, you have to be somewhat a little woke to what's going on. Just be aware, be cognizant, but also support the people around you locally. And if you can act on a national level, do so.
Tonight, we've also learned the president signed an executive order, which establishes specialized National Guard units to address crime in cities. ABC 7's Eric Hong downtown with late-breaking details tonight.
The mayor and governor say there's been no communication from the White House and say that lack of coordination, even with police, shows the Trump administration isn't serious about lowering crime.
In a show of solidarity, elected officials joined dozens of business, faith, and civic leaders in denouncing what they called a presidential power grab.
The president of the United States is doing this for theatrics. This is not because we've asked for it. It is not because there is some justice that he is going to seek. It is because he wants to create chaos.
Earlier, President Donald Trump signing an executive order that aims to create specialized units in the National Guard, trained in quelling civil disturbances and ensuring the public's safety and order. It also establishes a quick reaction force available for rapid nationwide deployment, a clear sign the president wants to use the Guard in domestic law enforcement.
Chicago, everybody knows how bad it is. Everybody standing there knows. We know. You don't have to be doing any studies. They should be saying, please come in.
We should have done this a long time ago so that every neighborhood in Chicago deserves the same safety and security that we enjoy in the suburbs.
But an ABC 7 data team analysis of Chicago police crime numbers shows overall violent crime and homicides at their lowest level year to date since 2014.
There is no emergency in the city of Chicago. I think you can see what a lovely place this is.
The governor staging a photo op on a boat on the Chicago River to dispute the president's view that Chicago is a mess.
This is an authoritarian stunt. This is a declaration of war on our people.
It will impact businesses' bottom lines and ability to operate efficiently. It will impact tourism.
Some Republicans say the Guard can make a difference.
And if we even save one life, I think it's worth the challenge, because Chicago has been crime ridden for so long and people have had enough.
But is it legal? Constitutional experts say the president can only nationalize the Guard in the event of a rebellion, for an invasion, or when federal laws can't be enforced.
We've had guardsmen in the street before, but they were ordered in by the governor.
Officials vowing legal action, but it would likely come after a deployment. Illinois' Attorney General says there are challenges in filing a preemptive lawsuit.
We have major news right now. We're about to see a major uptick in National Guard presence in 19 states across the country. More than 1,700 members of the National Guard are set to deploy mid-August through mid-November for a 3-month period. Here's what we know right now. The 19 states obtained by Fox News include Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Louisiana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, Ohio, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, Wyoming. And Texas is projected to have the largest National Guard presence in the state. Now, remember, this does not include what Donald Trump expects to do in Chicago and in New York, which may include the National Guard as well. So this is separate and apart. This is for immigration enforcement, for crime-related issues in those states. Many of those states are red and Republican states. We now have more than 2,000 members of the military in Washington, D.C., about to have 1,700 more deployed in 19 states across the country. And get ready, Chicago and New York, because you're next. So spread the word so more people know. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. More to come very soon.
Border Czar Thomas Homan said that there will be a ramp up of immigration and custom enforcement operations in Chicago right after Labor Day. He said we're going to see a ramp up of operations continue in New York, operations continuing in LA, Portland, Seattle, all these sanctuary cities that refuse to work with ICE, where they know public safety threats are being released every day into this country. Homan also confirmed that there are discussions being had about ICE using a naval base north of Chicago as an operations center. Looks like you need to get ready, blue cities, because ICE, they seem to be coming, whether you want them there or not. So if you're in a blue city right now, understand they're sending boots on the ground. They're not joking. They weren't joking in DC. They weren't joking in New York. And they're definitely not joking now. Stay safe. Figure out how to move without getting hurt or arrested, because they're gunning for you guys.
I have a question for Chicago residents and Chicago residents only. If you're not from Chicago, please, feel free to stay. But this is for the Chicago residents. So in 2020, there were the George Floyd protests, and then there were, separate from them, there were looters and rioters that were obviously in bad faith, but it still happened. So the response from the Latino community, if I remember, was defending their small businesses by posting up on top of them with things that could fire lead projectiles through the air, if you catch my drift. So I don't know what the Fanta fascist is thinking when he is going to send in the National Guard to Chicago to support ICE agents. Because my thought process is, if they're willing to defend their businesses from theft, I imagine the response is going to be similar, if not more elevated, when people are trying to take their family members. Do we agree, other Chicago residents? Because I think this is going to be the biggest display of fucking around and finding out that I have ever seen, if it does happen. I know so many people have been like, oh, Chicago is not the one, but it really isn't. I mean, I don't know, I feel like if it's going to get violent anywhere, it's going to get violent there. Just saying.
Meantime, a fight is brewing here in Chicago as the Trump administration is making plans to move in with either ICE agents or National Guard troops, or possibly both. Trump's borders are confirming to News Nation the Great Lakes Naval Base, which is just outside of Chicago, could play a major role in operations. Confirmed that there's a naval base that's going to be used as an ICE operations center north of Chicago ahead of operations in the city.
There's discussions about that, yes.
How soon could we see ICE agencies?
We'll see. It's under discussions. The planning's still being discussed. So maybe by the end of the day, but yeah, it's being discussed. I'm not going to tell you how many resources we're going to send to the city. We don't want the bad guy to know what we're sending. It'll be a large contingent.
All right, it was hard to hear there, but that was our Libby Dean talking to the border czar there, asking him about the naval base. And all of this coming as Illinois leaders continue saying they do not want federal presence. News Nation's Alex Capriello live for us here in Chicago's Pilsen neighborhood. And Alex, that is an area which could be impacted by potential federal raids.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Nicole. Pilsen is a largely immigrant, mainly Hispanic community where you see signs like these on storefront windows, really commonplace. Keep ICE out of our communities. These, of course, have been up almost all summer since June when that really scare began happening. But in general, right now, this neighborhood really is on edge, considering the Trump administration has seemingly confirmed that ICE agents are going to be surging to Chicago soon. This morning at the White House, border czar Tom Homan confirming federal agents would operate from the Naval Station Great Lakes close to the border of Illinois and Wisconsin beginning as soon as next week. Other anonymous sources with knowledge of that situation tell News Nation this is a much larger federal operation involving DHS, Customs and Border Protection, and then also possibly the National Guard. In fact, Homan put much of the country on notice, saying deportation operations will ramp up after Labor Day in other sanctuary cities like New York, Portland, and Seattle. Regardless of any new surge beginning next week, immigration enforcement has continued in Chicago since Trump took office. This morning, we received this exclusive video from a raid here in Pilsen earlier this summer, where you could see those federal agents chase down an undocumented migrant through a restaurant and into his apartment. The building owner who gave us this video says the officers didn't have a search warrant to enter, and ultimately 2 people were deported. She's also asked to remain anonymous, but underscored to us just how much this largely Hispanic community is watching each other's backs.
But as a community, as business owners, we all keep each other informed of anything that we see, just like they keep themselves informed and communicate, so do we. And we just have to be vigilant and aware, because it's sad that it's not only undocumented, but documented as well.
And what we continue to hear from both city and state leaders, Mayor Brandon Johnson and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, is that they have had no conversations, no communications, no collaborations with the federal government up to this point.
Yeah, saying that there's been no communication. Alex, though, News Nation was the first to break the story with Secretary Noem saying that strike teams would be coming to Chicago, quote, very soon. Do we know what that would or what that could entail?
Yeah, Secretary Noem not really giving us a very established timeline of when that might be. But of course, the news started trickling out after that, particularly with this news about potentially the Naval Force Base actually being utilized. Secretary Noem making that comment really in passing to Kelly Meyer. But we do have an idea of what strike teams might look like, considering we've seen them firsthand. They are highly specialized tactical units that are often brought in to carry out complex missions. And News Nation's Allie Bradley actually rode along with a strike team in Omaha, Nebraska, when they actually raided a food processing plant. And that's where we saw at least 70 different people deported after their immigration status was known. Nicole.
All right, Alex Gabriello live.
Grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this.
The president's Oval Office comments come as Chicago police data shows overall crime since the first of the year is down 13% compared to the same period last year. And violent crime is down 23%.
I think he wants to provoke violence. Because if he can provoke violence, then it's going to be martial law.
Never trust a religious leader, especially one that would consider themselves a Christian, that are supporting the Democrat Party. You never trust those people.
The federal military on American citizens is a sign of authoritarianism.
The president claiming many in Chicago want the Guard.
Screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one, but they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago.
Thank you, President Donald Trump, for hearing us.
Zoe Lee and Daniel Carter Walters founded the conservative group Chicago Flips Red and says despite CPD's numbers, many don't feel safe.
And if the Democrat Party, only thing they can do to help us is tell us crime is down, then hey, we welcome the National Guard.
Yeah. And a lot of people feel the exact same way. Because what we do know is these cities, man, they juke the stats. They juke the stats. But the people that live in these cities, the people that live in these areas, you know, high crime areas, they will tell you something different. And you know it. But this is a flashback clip I want to share with you guys, man. Youngins in the hood talking about supporting President Trump. Check this out.
Kamala Trump. Trump?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Kamala till it's backwards, bro.
What did you Kamala, we voted for Trump, boy. What are you talking about? You know damn well we don't Kamala.
Why?
Trump.
Why, bro?
Give out free stamps and everything. You tweaking.
Yeah, that's how you feel.
You tweaking.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm Kamala.
Man, you and Kamala.
Come on, bro. I can't even have my opinion. Damn, bro.
No, bro. You voted for you, so you with all them Venezuela. You with all that goofy.
Yeah.
Nah, ain't no that's why I fucking for you.
Damn, bro. I can't have my opinion on something.
No, not her.
Yeah.
Not her. She bad for the community. We're
yeah.
Vote for Trump, gang.
No, I ain't gonna lie, bro.
I want to share this thing with you because leave it to white liberals. Leave it to white liberals want to keep the status quo, right? Check this out, man. Vince, man, that white liberal women are some of the worst people in the country. Seriously. They're awful. They are some awful, hateful, spiteful human beings. The Trump derangement syndrome with these people is on 1,000.
Operations are ramp up across the country, but you can see a ramp up of operations in Chicago, absolutely. You're going to see a ramp up of operations in New York. You're going to see a ramp up of operations continue in LA. And, you know, Portland, Seattle. I mean, all these sanctuary cities that refuse to work with ICE, where we know public safety threats are being released every day into this country, especially those cities, we're going to address that. We don't have that problem in Texas and Florida where the sheriffs are working with us. They're actually holding people for us and let us know when someone's being released. So we're going to take the assets we have and move them to problem areas like sanctuary cities where we know for a fact they're releasing public safety threat, illegal aliens to the streets every day. That's where we need to send the majority of the resource, and that's where they're going.
If the National Guard comes to Chicago, and that is still a big if at this point, what might that look like? Hi, I'm WGN's Ben Bradley. We can look at what's happening in Washington, D.C. for clues. Last week, for example, masked federal agents stopped a delivery driver on a moped. With a small crowd looking on, the agents confirmed his legal status in the U.S. and allowed him to move on.
Calmado.
Calm. I have no reason to go against them or get angry. Just stay calm when this happens to you.
The Trump team is heralding successes. More than 11 days without a murder in Washington, 700 arrests, although many were for misdemeanors, and 36 immigration-related arrests in a single day.
D.C. was a hellhole, and now it's safe.
The reality is more nuanced. Some see this as security theater.
We have National Guard standing down on the National Mall, standing around doing absolutely nothing. Couldn't those resources be better served in cleaning up communities like this? People who are asking, who are screaming, who need the help.
Unlike in D.C., President Trump can't order Chicago police to cooperate with the military, so the two may operate separately. Here, Border Czar Tom Homan said they'd be used to help ICE agents round up people who are in this country illegally.
It's not a coincidence that the highest crime rates in the country are in sanctuary cities.
But mobilizing the military is not cheap. The Pentagon estimated the 60-day deployment in Los Angeles back in June would cost $134 million. That could pay a year's salary for more than 2,000 rookie Chicago cops. You can watch our reporting on this issue at WGNTV.com.
Another day, another attack launched from the White House at Chicago.
Because everybody knows Chicago is a hellhole right now. Everybody knows. It's not like he's saying Chicago has much better numbers. Right? Well, what's much better? You mean 100 people are going to be murdered? It's going to be much more than that.
Chicago crime is trending in the right direction. Overall, violent crime is down significantly year over year. 2024 did see 580 homicides, but that number is down from its most recent peak in 2021 when homicides hit 804.
I would love to have the governor of Illinois call me and say, look, we have a problem in Chicago. We will stop that problem in Chicago in 2 months, maybe less, 2 months. We'll stop it.
The president most likely would be waiting on a call from Governor Pritzker for a very long time.
What we are doing in the state right now is making sure that the president and those folks in Washington who are thinking about sending troops on the ground in a major American city.
What's up, y'all? It's me reporting to you live. I hear that the National Guards are now in Chicago. Tell me, what do you think about this? Do you think it's necessary? What's your thoughts? Drop it in the comments.
I think that if Trump ends up sending troops to Chicago, it's actually going to be about immigration enforcement at the end of the day.
The Washington Post is reporting coordinated ICE and National Guard plans for Chicago.
The Trump administration is trying to hit its goal of 1 million deportations per year. It's not doing that so far. It's trying to ramp up arrests, including in so-called sanctuary cities like Washington, D.C., Chicago, New York, and Denver. Trump administration officials have said that they, in particular, want to focus on these places and they want to, quote unquote, restore order. But the fact of the matter is that because of so-called sanctuary policies, it's harder for federal immigration officials to be arresting people in those same jurisdictions. Actually, where people are more likely to be arrested is in Republican-led jurisdictions that are cooperating with the Trump administration, including through having their state and local police helping out ICE with operations, like what's happening in Florida, for example. So if we see a surge of federal agents heading into Chicago or these other cities, I think that it's really important that everyone keeps in mind that this may actually be driven in large part by Trump's mass deportations campaign. I'm Kathleen, I'm an immigration policy analyst in Washington, D.C. Let me know if you have questions about Trump's immigration policies or what's going on with ICE arrests.
Interesting. People of Chicago, you need to be aware because the National Guard may be deployed to you very soon based on what Trump just recently posted, which I'm going to show you and let me know what you believe. Also, hit the follow for news. I greatly appreciate it. So Trump said, Governor Pritzker had 6 murders in Chicago this weekend. 20 people were shot, but he doesn't want to ask me for help. Can this be possible? The people are desperate for me to stop the crime, something the Democrats aren't capable of doing. Stay tuned, President Donald J. Trump. And this comes after the governor said that there is no crime emergency in Chicago and that Trump is attempting to manufacture a crisis, politicize Americans who serve in uniform, and continue abusing his power to distract from the pain he is causing working families. He also said that if Trump does send the National Guard, actions will be met with a response. So do you believe Chicago needs the National Guard?
If you are in the Chicago area, after Donald Trump is finished with D.C., he coming to Chicago, y'all. Get ready. I don't know what he think he's doing right now. I guess he called himself trying to clean up a mess, he says. But he said he coming to Chicago, guys, all right? From D.C.
Are federal troops coming here to Chicago? President Trump is certainly signaling it's the next American city on his list.
Chicago, Illinois is a disaster. I have property there. It's a disaster. I made the statement that next should be Chicago because, as you all know, Chicago is a killing field.
And leaders here in Chicago are pushing back.
Mr. President, do not come to Chicago.
The governor of Illinois spending the day walking through the city, trying to make the point there is no emergency that would justify the use of the National Guard here in Chicago.
They do tremendous work, but we don't call them in unless there is truly an emergency. And there is not one. It's one of the reasons that we're standing right here is you can see that this city is actually operating extraordinarily well and in a much better position from a crime perspective than it was 4 years ago.
While city leaders say, hey, there's more work to do, shootings, robberies, and murders are all down more than 30% when compared to last year.
Governor, this is all very intentional. You're floating right now in front of Trump Tower. Is there anything you can do to stop them from federalizing the National Guard here?
Look, we're going to take them to court. We're going to make sure that they know, that the court knows and understands that there is no cause for this, that there is no emergency, there is no law in the books that allows him to put federalized troops on the streets of the city of Chicago. That's what we're going to do to begin with.
The one thing that is almost certain, this will end up before a judge.
We're responding to what Donald Trump is saying about Chicago. It seems like Chicago lives rent-free in his head, that maybe I live rent-free in his head. He mentions Chicago and me quite a lot, and has, by the way, for the last, 8-10 years. But what he's suggesting is against the law. And so the very first thing that we're doing is preparing to go to court to prevent or stop what he's attempting to do. Second is drawing attention to the fact that it's illegal, unconstitutional. Frankly, it's un-American to send troops into American cities when there's no emergency, there's no insurrection. And he's only doing it because he wants to disrupt future elections. He wants to cause fear and, frankly, to inflame people on the ground by sending troops.
So Chicago leaders are outside right now protesting against Daddy Trump coming to their town. Oh, what is the problem? So you have watched with your own eyes how Washington, D.C. has dropped crime like tremendously. They've had 0 murders in a week. You have people going on lives and doing videos about how safe Chicago is, about how clean the streets are. They can't even see a piece of paper. You have women on video saying that they're at a stoplight with their window down, and they don't ever do that because if your window's down, you'll probably get robbed. Like, what? I'm so happy about the safety of my city right now, just hearing that. I ride with my window down all the time. So now he's saying, I'm going to Chicago because we have all these beautiful Black women with Trump hats on that say, we need your help. So I'm ready to go help them. Shout out to you, baby, for listening to the ladies, okay? So I just think it's hilarious how all Trump has to say is, I'm going to Chicago next. And now all of the mayor, whoever the hell, all them people are out there like, we don't want you, Trump. We don't want no military over here, Trump. We're already fighting crime, Trump. But you ain't fighting crime to get 0 murders in a week. You ain't doing that. Why wouldn't you want them to come to your state and say, get rid of all the crime? Like, if you could come for 2 weeks, get rid of everything, and then we're good? Are you kidding me? And then we could pick it up from there and keep it rolling? That y'all are stupid. You don't care about the people. And you hellas don't care about Black folks. You want to make it to where you think that they're doing this against us? Meanwhile, they're doing it for us and for everybody else. Every American. Stop trying to separate us. Okay? We're all American. We all deserve the safety. We all deserve the opportunities. We all deserve it all. Okay? And Trump is trying to give it to us. And I love it. Daddy's coming to Chicago, baby. I dare y'all. The more y'all talk, the more he's coming. Y'all don't realize that by now? He don't listen to y'all. He don't give 2 shits. And frankly, neither do we. And I hope the people of Chicago who know that they need help and want help, get their help, despite of you hating ass Democrats constantly trying to keep Americans down. Go get them, Daddy.
There are reports that the Pentagon is planning a military deployment to Chicago as part of President Trump's crackdown on crime, homelessness, and undocumented immigration. If approved, the mission would have parallels to deployments to Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, both Democrats, say sending troops is unwelcome and unwarranted. On Friday, the president touted his intervention in Washington and suggested that Chicago could be next, followed by New York City.
All right, y'all. It's happening. It's happening. And it doesn't matter what the governor and mayor says. Trump already said next week, the National Guard and all those feds are going to be all up in Chicago. That's exactly what's going to happen. So, I mean, they can say whatever they want. We saw what happened in D.C. D.C. said the same thing. You know, the mayor was very vocal about not wanting to be occupied. But she and DC, they are occupied. And the same thing's going to happen in Chicago. And Donald Trump is not going to pay attention. We know most of the crime is in the red states. Donald Trump is not going to pay attention to them. He's going to pay attention only to the blue states. So the red states will not be occupied up in here. They're not. You can already see the pattern. He's not even talking about a red state. So these are all Democratic locations, and where the crime is high in Republican locations, those are largely going to be ignored. So we shall see. We shall see. So y'all better take a page from Washington, D.C., how they set up those roadblocks, how the feds and the police are walking around and they're talking about they're cleaning up crime. Even the people in D.C. are saying they're not even getting the criminals. They're just getting a bunch of random people that are sitting at their house or walking down the street. You know, those are the kind of people they are getting, but the real criminals, they're not getting them at all. So I can see the same thing in Chicago with just a bunch of soft target arrests and then making the claim that you're cleaning up crime. Well, yeah, Donald Trump don't want to see no homeless people. You're right, Lisa Gibson. He's going to get them off the street wherever they are. And, you know, just like in D.C., they got them all off the streets, and whatever belongings they had, they threw in the trash. And that's exactly what they're going to do again in Chicago. No, even in D.C., they're saying where the real criminals are, they're not even going over there in the areas that many of them live in, that have the, you know, the most crime in D.C. They said they're not even going over there at all. So, but that's supposed to be fighting crime. Go figure. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here, and we'll certainly do this again tomorrow. And I am going to, as soon as they start in Chicago, we'll come back and look at what activities are going on in Chicago. And, you know, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of people that live in Chicago that will be posting videos just like in DC. So we'll hear what they have to say about the occupation that's about to take place. So y'all, please enjoy the rest of your night and be on the lookout for my videos and live streams for tomorrow. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. And shalom to the viewers. I'm going to end the show now. Thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure you join us tomorrow for Front Line Blacc News, Season 5, Episode 23. Is it 21 or 23? 22. Yeah, either 22 or 23. Join us tomorrow for Part 1. Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and Black empowerment. Sharon Kuma signing out from the Mile High Income and Legal Mega for the city. Peace.